technical assistance provided is effective. Okay, so at the end of the quarter, we are going to have a conference with the CAD team to review the performance of the monitoring and to review and to see and to analyze, to take down notes or to consolidate all the findings of the supervisors, and then we will also provide recommendation for submission to our execom through of course to our superintendent for possible policy consideration. So ingon ana. And then next week, that will be next week, Thursday of next week, the CID team, meaning the PSDSS, the apps, and the DSCs will meet again to discuss about this monitoring tool and the suggested templates for them to comment and suggest, and then to discuss so that all of us will have a uniform understanding of the things that we are going to monitor in the schools and in the classrooms. Okay, so I think I have given my part. Thank you very much.
Ma'am Eve?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Malu, ma'am.
Yes, Ma'am Malu.
Ma'am Eve, there was a question when I disseminated in the district katong sa ADM bitaw, ma'am, di ba? 1:2 man ang mugawa sa procured modules. Then one of the school heads asked kung naay capacity ang school mo produce, ma'am, para ma 1:1. Is it allowed?
Can we ask our superintendent, Ma'am Jen?
Hello. We produce only 1:2 because of the budget constraint. But if the school has the capacity to produce another 50% from what are procured, then it's all right. Basta they have the resources.
Okay, Ma'am Jean. Thank you, ma'am.
So, Lloyd, done ako. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much, Ma'am Evelyn. But there's another principal who would like to raise a question to you, Mr. Rolando Chavez. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Ma'am Jen, and to the rest of the people there. I would like to ask a question about the COP because COP is brought again. Pwede na po makita to unsa to mga MOVs sa MOVs sa COP.
Sir, lesson plan, DLL, observation notes, and the rating. Kana lang.
Sa COP, ma'am, sa unsa ni kaning sa
COP,
community of practice.
Wait lang. Kuan lang, sir. Minutes of meeting and then the plan.
Okay, so we have to make it clear kay ang membership ato ma'am mga 3 person lang or pila ba to imong gingon? It should be clarified.
Sir, limit lang. O kana bang murag sila lang within their grade level pananglitan. Sige lang, sir. Once is already
Issue memo to that effect so that it's clear to everyone.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Then as you know, ma'am, na ako another question. In the secondary schools, we have our head teachers. I do not know the functions of the head teachers is almost the same with the school head. Are their works can be considered as part in the preparations of the things that is being asked in the CID monitoring tool?
Are there
Are
are
there
there
works, for example, they will be asked to monitor also? Are the things that are being gathered will be considered also as part of the performance here in the CID monitoring tool?
okay.
Kay
Sir,
sa secondary ang HT sa elementary, they are heading schools. But in the secondary schools, they are department heads. So I do not know whether it will be considered as part here in the MOVs.
okay. So ani sir, although dili na nimo siya makita sir kay ang among pangitaon ang inyong hamang end, inyong end, at your end. So ikaw kay like sa ako nang giingon sir, then sa objective number 3 sa inyo ha, kamo the school head should demonstrate knowledge in the utilization and institutionalization of effective monitoring and evaluation processes and tools to gather accurate information on the implementation of policy projects and activities. O kana. So meaning, yun ana bagod ni sir, uh, uh, the supervisors are preparing monitoring tool para sa inyo ha. So meaning, kami po at your end, it is also encouraged na maghimo sad mo inyong processes in monitoring sa imuhang mga tawo. For example, ikaw sa imuhang head teacher. Unsa may possible? So lang taon nimo sir ang KRA pud sa school head. No, KRA sa school head. Mo imong lantawon nga to make sure that the school head really function in accordance sa diha sa ilang KRA ana siya sir. Kay for example naay giadtuan no ang akong nga supervisor nga dili kay ko kakuan unsa to siya no basta na siya giadto naay gipangita ang ato ang supervisor pero ang iyang gihatag trabaho sa teacher. So dapat kung trabaho siya sa teacher, then dapat unsa may imong gihimo adto, maybe you consolidated na mga something ina ana.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for the clarification.
Basta ani lang sir, ang keyword nato karon sir no, KRA based ana ra. Kay at our end, ako i-monitor ko base sa akong KRA. Ang supervisor i-monitor base sa ilang KRA. Ang school heads i-monitor base sa ilang KRA. The head teachers as well as the teachers, the master teachers base sa ilang KRA. Ana lang sir para dili ra kaita malibog and then klaro kaayo siya kay policy base gyud sa palisiya ana sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Wala po.
Lloyd.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Evelyn. So, Sir Ado, sir, are you still there?
Ready na siya. Ready na siya. Naka-mute pa. Oo, unmute na. Mute na siya.
Yes, sir, Lloyd. Ma'am Evelyn, thank you so much. Any question from our participants as regards the presentation of our CID chief? Any questions so far, mga kapatid, from the presentation of our CID chief? Silence means none. So we can now proceed to the next item. We'll now have the updates from the status of MOE downloading and utilization, to include also Brigada Eskwela and school-based feeding program. So Mga kapatid, please welcome our Student Chief, Sir Jerry Bukingkito.
Thank you very much, Sir Ads. My presentation this morning shall dwell on the following items as presented in this outline. Is my screen visible on your screen? May I have the...
Wala pa, sir. Wala pa, sir. Wala pa.
Wala, sir. Thank you. Kana, wala? Wala. Wala. Sige.
Sir.
Stop sharing. So share. Wala pagyapon. Sir Lloyd, wala pagyapon.
Visible na, sir.
Visible.
Sir, ana, sir.
Sige, on screen is the outline of my presentation. As read by Sir Ads, we have the status of downloading and utilization, EIP, which will include also the EIP enhancement relative to what had been recently issued to the field or posted in the division website, the school-based feeding program, Brigada Eskwela, and the World Teachers Day. As regards the status of downloading and utilization, on screen you can see the following districts with the following numbers under the column of the different months from January to December. You will see, for example, in Naga has 25 schools, and all schools received or had been downloaded with MOE. But there are still 2 schools which have not yet liquidated from of their downloaded funds in February. Another 4 schools which have yet to liquidate their downloaded funds in April, and we have 10 schools which are also having unliquidated cash advances in the funds downloaded in June. So the rest had been downloaded in the months of August. We have 9, and we have 1 in September. The same explanation in the following districts: Tungawan, Titay, Talusan, CI, Payao, Olotanga, and Mabuhay. I am requesting the district heads of these districts to capture a picture of this, so you can also guide your or assist your school heads about the fast tracking of their liquidation of cash advances. And for Payao, unfortunately, there are 2 schools which were not yet downloaded up to this time because they don't have yet. The 2 schools don't have. One of them doesn't have account number. I think it's the account number in the DBP, and the other one has no fidelity bond yet. That's for Payao. For Olotanga, there is 1 school or 3 schools rather, which have not been downloaded with the MOE up to July 31, 2021, because they have no account number provided to the concerned office in the division. And for Mabuhay, we have one. There are one schools with unliquidated prior year cash advances or cash advance, and one school doesn't have the fidelity band, so that out of 19 schools, only 17 received the MOA as of July 31. So that's for this slide. And on the next slide, another group of districts. We have Kabasalan. As we can see, the same explanation that out of 36 schools, only 34 schools were downloaded up to as of July 31. However, there are several schools out of 34 which have yet to liquidate their cash advances. Like there are 3 schools who have cash advances in February, 4 schools in March, 10 schools in April, and 13 schools in May, and 1 school in June, and the other one, 3 schools in July, which are yet to liquidate for them to be granted with another cash advances. The same explanation when we look at the numbers for Ipil, Imilda, Artilim, Diplahan, Alicia, Balangas, Buug. And for the districts which do not have 100% downloaded, 100% of the schools being downloaded, these are the following reasons. For Kabasalan, why the 2 schools were not downloaded? Because there were 2 unliquidated CE of the prior year. Then the same in Ipil, there are 28 schools, but only 27 were downloaded because 1 school has yet to liquidate the prior year cash advance. This is for elementary only. Then for Artilim, out of 33, 32 were already downloaded, but there is 1 with the same reason as above, with unliquidated prior year cash advance. Then for Alicia, out of 29 schools, only 3 received as of July 31. Reasons? No 2 schools, no account yet. And 1 school with unliquidated prior year cash advance. So any questions related to this, if you have submitted your papers to the finance section of the division, you can direct your question to our accountant, and she would be very glad to accommodate your questions. But take note, this report covers only the months of January to July 31. If you have submitted your report in August, and that will be captured in the next next batch of reporting. For secondary schools, we have the following information. On screen, the first school is Naga. The same explanation, Naga has 5 secondary schools, and all these 5 schools receive MOA. However, only 3 schools had been downloaded in the month of August because the 2 schools have not yet liquidated their cash advances in March and in May. In June. So that in Mabuhay also, we have there is 1 school that already received the MOA as of August, as you can see. Of the 2 national high schools, all of these received already the MOA, and 1 is yet to liquidate, which was downloaded in June. And for IPIL, out of 5 schools, only 4 were downloaded because there is one school which failed to liquidate the prior year cash advance. The rest of the schools, as you can see, has or have 100% downloading. However, there are still schools that are yet to liquidate, so that the next batch of downloading will be done by the division office. For senior high school, we have the following information. Naga, for example, there are two schools that offered senior high school, and all of them had received the MOE. However, the downloaded MOE in March are not yet liquidated. So I'll not read all of this, all of the figures corresponding in the district and the schools. Man, I just point out the information that needs the attention and assistance of our district heads. Like for IPIL, I hope there shall be assistance to be provided to one school that doesn't have the account number up to this time. It's a senior high school. So the rest of the schools have 100% downloading, except for one senior high school in IPIL. This is, again, the cutoff date is as of August 31, 2021. That's all for the MOA status and downloading. Then may I proceed now to the recently issued division memorandum, which is consistent with the joint memorandum issued by the Office of Undersecretary for Curriculum Implementation, dated July 8, 2021, regarding the clarification on the DM OUCI 2021-195 supplementary guidelines in the utilization of downloaded funds for the provision of quarters 1 and 2 learning resources of school year 2021-2022. There is a provision contained in this memorandum. The information indeed requires us for continuous response of the department to the pandemic as regards learning resources, compliant with other rules and regulation and submission of reports. I shall not read more of this because you can see this in the memorandum. And may I, on the second paragraph of this screen, may I read you this. Schools are enjoined to identify the actual number of modules per subject to be produced, and 50% or 1 is to be produced, and make decision to print 100% for lower grades, meaning for kinder grades 1 to 3, and 50% for higher grades, no? Which has a ratio of 1:2, or any reasonable ratio for higher grades in consideration of the modules to be provided by the division office, their learners' needs, and schools' financial capability. As regards the question of Mamalo, I think it's covered here. That if the school has the financial capacity, then it can, as also supported by our superintendent, it can produce 1:1. However, may I explain further on this? If the school lacks the resources to print 1:2, it can adopt another ratio which the school can capably produce and ensure that its learner in the school can be provided with a copy of the module. The decision shall be in the hand of our school heads and of course in consultation with the teachers. On the expenditures contained in that recently issued memorandum, this is just a revision of the division memorandum issued last year, DO 202, as quoted also above. We have the non-negotiables, letter A and letter B. The utility expenses, we have the water bills, electrical bills, actual bill shall be allocated with the actual funds needed. Then for communication, the school head shall have 100 per 100,000 1,000 per month. The assistant principal for senior high school only 800 per month, and the internet subscription fixed rate the actual bill. And the internet connection, I know that the bill varies, but the actual bill shall be observed. Then on the next slide, for item C, the remaining amount, after identifying how much you need for the expenses A and B, the remaining shall be distributed to these expenses as shown on screen for the printing of your modules. For bond papers, actual need, printers, and ink. For schools with sufficient materials, as katong i-mention na gani,
Jerry, nakamute ka? Lloyd, nawala si Jerry.
Sir Lloyd? Unsa naman ni?
Sorry for the technical glitches.
Okay ra, ma'am.
No. Call ang signal.
Oo,
office.
naputol, Ma'am Jen. Oo.
Sige lang. We are trying to check with the IT.
Sige, ma'am.
Just stand by, no? Baka resulta ni Lino ganina.
Sige, I'm very sorry for the internet services interruption. Check lang na ako kung madungog ko ba ko karon. Sir Lloyd?
Sir.
Okay. Asa gani ko dapit nga nawala sa kahanginan?
Expenditure, sir. Supply.
Kani nga slide?
Letter C, sir. Letter C.
Letter C. Letter C na. Sige, thank you. Thank you. So, kani siya, no? Salamat sa feedback. Ang letter C nato sa remaining atong mga mandate, mga non-negotiable nato nga expenses, ang sobra ato, muy atong priority ang letter C. I-distribute nato ani nga mga kinahanglan noon para makaprinta sa module. Bond papers, printers, then ink. Og naapay masobrang nga kwarta, ka-priority man to siya nato, dayon may be requested if there is still remaining funds as stated here. After addressing the needs for EDM module printing, kato lang sa letter C. Muna nga, pwede na ito sa gamiton sa ground maintenance, minor repair, and painting. Dayon, na-adhere sa pikas nga side, if warranted, must not exceed the distribution below, kanang 1, 2, 3. Kung masubra ang kwarta, pag-enhance nato sa tuwahang AIP, ang 5% i-allocate nato sa sa ground maintenance, meaning ang sobra sa A and B expenses. Dili sobra sa A and B plus C. Dili. Ang sobra sa A and B, bahinon kuhaan siya og 5% para diri sa ground maintenance. Dayon, ang 10% para sa tuang minor repair. Naagi-emphasize nato diri kung ang minor repair nato mo kantidad na og sobra sa GISMIL, kinahanglan ang program of work iprepara para prubahan nato sa tuang superintendent. Pero wala ko nang ingon pod nga ang dili makaabot og 10,000 walay program of work. Basta repair, nagi siya program of work. Mo nagi pangita sa tuang sa auditing na unya para dili ta makalisod pag start pa lang ato nang gi-prepare ang mga documentary requirements. So I hope na klaro na siya. Dayon pag napagibilin, another 5% will be for painting of the remaining A and B expenses. Para gyapon nga pamaagi pag-determine ng 5%. So ang total kung sumadahon nato bukan tida ang porsyento nga i-allocate nato ani kung muwaran pa ang funds naa sa 20%. 5, 10, 5. 5 for maintenance sa ground, 10 for repair, and 10 for painting. Dayon, pag human ana, napag kita i-allocate nga sa atong travel. Nga 5% of the remaining expenses A and B. So I hope naklaro ra na siya. Be guided by this when you compute your budgetary allocation for these items in your enhanced EIP. The division memorandum further states that EIP enhancement shall cover the months of August to December which shall use the existing template and must be reviewed by the district supervisor or district in charge before submission for approval by the schools division superintendent. So kana siya. Ang pangutana kay na naman na-downloadan sa month sa August. Kung wala pa na gasto, then you request for nakabalo naman ta sa steps how to request that for realignment para matubag nato ang panginahanglanon sa printing sa module. Pero kung nagasto na, wala na tayo mahimuan na. So ang adjustment dito na sa next mga sa month sa September up. So walay moabot nga enhanced EIP diri sa division kung wala ni agi sa ato ang public schools district supervisors or district in charge. So kinahanglan ma-review nila. Dayon kuan lang hinumdum lang sa ato tanan nga ang tanang procurement mo follow gid siya sa atong procurement law sa nga naa diha sa nakamantala sa Republic Act 9184. Ang natay mga concerns nga gisangat diri sa to ang division nga naka-procure na og more than 50,000 nga wala na post sa PhilJeps kay walay capability ang school nga mo post kay walay account. In that regard, wala na kita mahimo kung naka-procure na mo nga wala na post. Ang hulat na lang ta na magampo na lang ta nga dili ta masakpan sa post audit sa auditor. Kay kung masakpan ta, matsambahan ta, nagay tay tulubagon. Tubagon yun nato. Kay klaro manggod unya nag-ingon pugid tadaan in the previous meetings nga basta mag-procure ta og more than 50,000 kinahanglan mo i-post yun nato sa PhilJeps. O karon kami diri sa division gahangyo pinaagi sa to ang kuano ang I know nga approachable kayo ang ato ang chair karon sa back. Sir Ads will accommodate your request. Mag-request yun mo. Kung mag-procure mo more than 50,000, you write the letter to Ma'am Jen, then ihatag man diri sa ato ang back chair para mag-post sa inyong procurement nga mo kantidad og 50,000 and above kung wala mo'y capability sa school nga mo post. Pero ang procurement, ang proseso diha na, ang trabaho diri sa division mo assist lang, i-post lang niya sa PhilJeps, pero kamo nimo padalagan unya sa RFQ. Og modawat sa RFQ nga i-download online. So ingon na atong kuano, kinahanglan mag-request yung tag assistance sa superintendent kung dili nato kaya diha sa ato ang level sa school. Mono to ganiha ingon ni Ma'am Evelyn nga usa po sa tan-awon ang ato ang functionality sa ato ang Bids and Awards Committee sa school kung galihok bagyod sila kay kung wala then mangayo tag assistance diri sa division office kay mao man na ang role namo mo provide og assistance dito sa inyuha. That's for the content of the recently issued division memorandum on the enhancement of our EIP. Then for school-based feeding program, we have the following updates. For 2019, kaluoy sa Dios, salamat sa tanan kay kompleto na ang ato ang liquidation with the following beneficiaries. Murag halos-halos gyud atong tanang schools in every district naka-liquidate na yun. Dayon for school year 2020 to 2021, status report, kaluoy sa Diyos, congratulations to all of you for this performance kaya naka-liquidate na yun tatanan. No? Ang ato lang ani, nga pagprepara na punta sa sunod nato ng activity sa ato ang feeding program in school. So, up to tungawan, completed ang according to this report coming from our health and nutrition section. Then for the coming school year, actually our health and nutrition section had attended the orientation conducted by the central office in regarding the program for school-based feeding this coming school year. Then, as emphasized, the primary beneficiaries for school year 2021-2022 kaning mga mosulod karon nga tanan nga grade kinder. Ang tanang mosulod nga kinder, automatic beneficiary siya sa school-based feeding program. Dayon, ang tanang grade 1 to grade 6 learners who were determined wasted and severely wasted base sa report nato kaning bago na lang yun nga nilabay nga school year 2020-2021. Muna sila ang target beneficiaries of this program. There was a division mapping conducted in this regard para ma-identify ang actual beneficiaries nato sa next school year, which was conducted July 9, 2021 before the cut-off date set by the central office. So again, congratulations sa atong health and nutrition section kay nahimo nila ni ahead of time. The deadline was July 15, but they were able to do this on July 9. The early enrollment of incoming kindergarten learners will be used as basis for the mapping. So kani ang lako nato nga kuano problema kung wala ta nagseryoso sa atong enrollment sa kindergarten, sa atong early enrollment sa kindergarten kay kulang gyud ang ato ang learners nga gi-report sa system. Karon kay mo man toy basihan kung dili daghan gamay ra gyud ato ang madawat sa school. So luoy ato mga bata nga unta ang ayan mo dawat sa benepisyo sa programa pero dili makadawat tungod tingali kay wala ta nagtinuod sa ato ang early enrollment. But congratulations kay murag okay pod ang tanan, galihok man gyud ani. We hope that we are able to get the substantial number of learners who are entering kindergarten next school year. So updates on the enrollment were made prior to the central office as emphasized. Then there was orientation, as I said. Then another emphasis during the orientation are the following: about the nutritious food products, which will last for 60 days, meaning allocation for good for 60 days shall be provided, and for milk, good for 32 days only, and beneficiaries identified against the target allocation is for our division is equivalent to 26,127 as reported muna ang atong actual beneficiaries distributed to all schools in the different districts. Then the beneficiaries for school year 2019-2021, all severely wasted and wasted from kinder to grade 6 as of school year 2019-2021, mo po himong baseline report mo to sa una. Karon na pod ang ato na pong 2020-2021 beneficiaries plus the incoming kindergarten learners nga ang cut-off date ani karong September shall be accounted as beneficiaries of this program. Then for school year 2021-2022 beneficiaries, all incoming kinder katong ipasis ganiha nga cut-off ni ang July 15 plus the grade 1 to grade 3 learners who were wasted and severely wasted sa determined. Then that's all for our school feeding program, no, mga updates niya. Then status of school sa pa for 2021 na kay wala nila report gani ha. Muni ang status karon sa liquidation. Ang sumalas makita nato on screen ikan malanggas okay na gikan sa July na itulo pagka August that not okay di ay. Not okay kay ang tulo sa July nga wala nakaliquidate tulo paghihapon ng tud karong panahon na, no? As of July 12 then to July 31. Except for Artilim kanya na kuha nga tulo nga nakaliquidate na dayon sa ipil na ay usa na iduha sa kabasalan o adunay 16 sa naga nga nakaliquidate na as of July 31. Katong wala pa nakaliquidate, please, our district heads, give attention to this. Dayon, for Olotanga, Tutungawan, nag-decrease up ang number sa wala nakaliquidate sa Olotanga from 15 to 12. Payaw, 4 to 1, ato 3. Then, CI okay na. Wala po yung natandog sa CI di ay. Ang data niya sa 26, murag yapon ang figure or data sa 12, murag yapon sa pagka 31. Dayon, Talusan, wala po naglihok ang figure. Ang tita lang na accomplishment nga 3. Then Tungawan, okay na. Congratulations Tungawan. 100% ang liquidated. On Brigada Eskwela, may I present you this timeline and the different activities proposed by our social mobilization headed by Dr. Lauria. So from August 3 to August 12, 2021, there is a plan for pre-implementation stage of Brigada Eskwela, limited face-to-face, and others. Then Brigada Eskwela National Kick-Off Program via DepEd Philippines FB page on August 3, nahumanan August 3 to August 3 at 2 p.m. Naka-attender tani dayon ang Brigada Opisina which were conducted last week by all personnel in the division with the participation of some teachers of IPIL and Diplahan districts. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Nahimo na sa August 13. Dayon Brigada Eskwela Regional Kick-Off Program will be on August 19. Ugma na ni siya at 9 a.m. Then Brigada Eskwela Division and Schools Kick-Off via FB page karong August 25 at 9 to 11 a.m. Then okay na Brigada Opisina, I'm sorry nabalik. So ang brigada sa kick-off okay na po siya Brigada. Okay, we have this one. Ang Brigada Eskwela implementation monitoring of schools will be conducted starting August 26 to September 30. Then more activities to be conducted. We have submission of a consolidated Brigada Eskwela report and accomplishment report by district will be on October 18 is the date. Then submission of consolidated Brigada Eskwela accomplishment reports by the division coordinator October 31. Then regional selection and deliberation of Brigada Eskwela awards to candidates will be on or before November 2021. Then submission of finalists of school candidates as Brigada Eskwela national awardees to external partnership service, if any, is within the months of November to December. November and December. The conduct of Brigada Eskwela regional awarding ceremony, if there shall be any, shall be in the months of January to February next year. Then conduct of Brigada Eskwela national awarding ceremony, if any, will also be conducted in the same timeline as the regional office has. Then now updates for HRD. This is an OUA memorandum 00-0821-0073 dated August 6, 2021. This is regarding the second virtual in-service training on August 3:30 to September 3, 2021. They call this second Vincent. More details of this shall be provided later, or if you have questions, our SEPs for HRD is ready to give you the details on this. Then on September, this coming September to October, we shall have the following activities. For the month of September, we know that this is our civil service month, which is already the 121st civil service anniversary. Then memorandum that will detail about what to do during the celebration is about to be issued. So with the memorandum also in the celebration of our World Teachers Month and World Teachers Day. And this celebration shall have the following certs. We have certs for outstanding teacher, one for elementary and one for secondary. Then for outstanding school head, one elementary and one secondary. Then for outstanding PSDS. And guidelines, we thanks. We give thanks to our praise committee for coming up with the guidelines and mechanics in the conduct of this search, because there were a lot of things that were reviewed to make the search responsive to the new situation. Then other awards to be conducted shall be the following: Best Short Film, World Teachers. That short film will anchor on the theme of the World Teachers Day. Then the BLCP implementer, Best Implementer for school year 2020-2021. One for elementary and one for secondary. The focus right now is on the implementation. And I hope we shall be guided with the guidelines and mechanics contained in the memorandum to be issued very soon. Then we have also, again, which we started last year, the best TikTok Teachers edition, solo and group or by school. So these are the following contests or search that will be conducted relative to the celebration of our World Teachers Day. I think that ends my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and sorry for the interruption.
Thank you very much, Sir Jerry. And this time, we will recognize the two principals who will be raising questions regarding on the discussions of Sir Jerry. Sir Dennis, do you have questions, sir?
Hello, sir. Good morning. I have two questions, or not actually question. Number one, I just want to be clarified about the signatories of the program of work. Then second, Second, about sa adjustment of the MOE allocation. According to the memo, it covers August to December. Just want to be clarified kung ang August to December, is it the August MOA or starting for the month of August? Kasi may mga schools na delayed ang MOA, ang downloading. So kung August MOA, there is a possibility that their August MOA will be downloaded in October, November, which is already late in the preparation of the printing or late in the printing of modules. So August, ang question ko, August, for the month of August, whether delayed MOA or MOA of August talaga.
Sige, thank you very much, Sir Dens. Una sa atong tubag, katong signatory sa program work, katong kantidad nga repair of more than 10,000. The signatory shall be, of course, the school head and prepared by the schools. If they have the school facilities coordinator or anyone in school who will prepare on this, or if the school head himself or herself will prepare on this, to be reviewed by the district head, then to be approved by our superintendent. So there are the most expected number of signatories for that document shall be 3. And it shall be understood also that before the superintendent will sign, that program of work shall be coursed through the office of our engineers. So the next question about yes, that's the reason why the status and utilization of MO, the status of liquidation and utilization of MO had been presented as guide to all district heads and school heads to fast track the liquidation. And your observation is correct, but having those or having that observation, what can we do now, school head and district head, to fast track and ensure that MOE which had been withheld in the division because of some requirements not met yet? What shall we do with that? So it's our time now to work together, school and district, to fast track the provision of requirements or provision of documents needed for the liquidation para nga ma-release na po sa division office ang MOE sa previous months o previous quarters. Katong imong giingon nga wala pa na nakuha ang August, then it shall start in August. O katong nakakuha kay naagay pipila nga nakakuha na sa August. Kung sa ko ang giingon ganiha, kung na-spend na ang kwarta na wala tay mahimo, mo start na siya sa September up. Pero kung wala pa na-spend ang kwarta, mangayo siya og permit or approval to realign the funds para i-produce, idungag dito sa ato ang kinahanglanon sa pag-produce sa ato ang printing of modules.
Sir, follow up.
Sige, sir.
For example, May and June wala pa na-release. So pwede sila nga i-adjust nila, i-follow nila tong bagong guidelines. Para halimbawa ang May ug June nila wala sila kadawat para wala pa sila kadawat dayon, wala pa pud sila ka-allocate o para sa printing of modules. So
yes ma'am, murag
i-follow na nila.
Si ma'am ang murag makatubag na ana, di na ko katubag ana.
Thank you for that observation. Dennis, of course, if there is already delayed downloading of funds, it's automatic that whatever funds that will be downloaded today, from starting today and the succeeding, whether it's in the month of January, February, basta delayed siya, that will already be used for the reproduction of modules following the new memo. Kay if you will, they will wait for us na. Kamot na gyud nga walay magamit ang schools. So they will just submit a letter requesting for the realignment.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir Lloyd. Napay question?
Okay. We have Sir Elisir Julaga. Sir, do you have concern?
Hello, Sir Lloyd. Good morning.
Yes, go
Madungo ko
go
di ko,
ahead,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, salamat, sir. Okay, so good morning pamano kay Wapilas 12. Just kuan lang, sir, kanang murag follow up sa katong kay Sir Dennis nga with regards to the MO. Una na kong query lang. Kay August man ang ipakuan pa ipa-enhance ang EIP. So, if for example, we will use the prior MOE kay delay ang downloading, kinahanglanon pa ba mi mag-enhance pod sa moang AIP from the, for example, July to June, July, same as August. Then ipa-approve ba namo before namo siya procured ang katong para sa module reproduction kay kung i-follow namo tong bag-o nga guidelines. Dayon another one dungan
usaw lang nato, sir, para nga matubag nato, magawa nato kay lisod pagtubag kung isunod-sulod nato ang question. So kato naga ang ato naklaro man nato tong giingon ni ma'am ganiha, no, nga katong wala pa nadawat nga mga previous MOE para na gid siya sa printing modules kani nga for first and second quarter. Sa bot pasabot dili na ka ang imong enhancement karon na nga katong kwarta nga tuwa sa previous months imo na karong gi-carry over, gibutang nimo pag-enhance ining month sa August up.
Okay, sir.
Okay na, sir?
Okay na, sir. Okay na, sir. Resolve na, sir. Okay, sir. Isa na lang, sir. Kanibang wala mi problema sa aning sa PhilJips kay ang among ginadawat nga imo less than 50,000 man, pero sa kaning naami karon madawat nga additional imo which is more than 50,000, if for example, sir, the procurement ang materials is available sa PSD po, kinahanglanon pa ba mi mag PhilJip, sir, bisan og sa dipo namo makuha which is still more than 50,000 ang iyahang kuan?
Wala na, sir. Wala na, sir, kay agency to agency man na siya, sir. Diretso na. EPR na imong kinahanglanon ni hatag dito.
Sir, thank you, sir. Kana lang, sir. Salamat, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Julaga. So let's now have another one, Sir Mardy Akutansa. Sir Mardy, do you have concern?
Okay, good morning, Sir Lloyd. Good morning, Sir Jerry, and to everybody. Sir, my concern is only on the schools which were not downloaded with MOOE. So I just want to inform that one of the schools, the TIC, already resigned a long time ago, and it was submitted to the personal section, the plotting of the movement of the school heads. So with that, Mrs. Rosbelina Gamunes, who resigned due to operation of breast cancer, has no replacement yet. So the fidelity band was not renewed. So that is the reason. Another one, sir, is Mr. Nilo Orsal of San Roque Elementary School. Did not work already. How much effort I exerted to convince him to work with the application for school account in the DBP. He did not do that because he is slated for transfer to CI district. So that's the reason why the two schools are not updated when it comes to the MOOE downloading. So that is my concern, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Marge. Then may I refer this concern to our SDS. On Jen? o kung wala si Ma'am Jen, si Sir Ads, katong concern nga wala na replacean ang nag-resign nga TIC, dayon lang usa nga wala na niliho tungod kay mo transferin nga sa laing district. TIC gyapon.
Okay. Good morning, Sir Marks.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, sir. We will process the PSB, no? Because of the moment, we are busy with preparations for the answer. Sa project on accreditation, we will provide time of meron Sir Marks.
Sir Chappy po. Yeah. Oh, sir, I already submitted the district ranking for the TIC, sir, and it is already with the personnel section. So, ang
Sige.
isubmit na. Yes, sir.
I will check with the personnel and we will deliberate that ranking for recommendation for designation by our student.
Yes, sir. Together with the plotting of the movement of the school heads, sir, I already submitted.
Si Sir Reds is listening to us right now. You have a comment on that, Reds? Hello,
So that
Reds.
is already, Margie, I already,
Yes, ma'am.
what is this? Renz is in front of me right now. And para ma-process. And then the other one, nga dili siya mag-file ng fidelity bond because he is slated for transfer. Now that is his responsibility. Kaya anyway, after the fidelity bond, pwede naman sa una ma-transfer. Kaya kisa dahil mo puli sa iya. Diba? Kay, we do not know yet when will the transfer take effect. So if that's the case, that will also delay and deprive the school of the opportunities of the utilization of the MOE.
Yes, ma'am. Noted po, ma'am.
Namago tayo process nga gina-follow, diba? We follow procedures nga bago mag-assign tayo ng TIC. So dapat meron ding ma-assign na teacher in place of that TIC that will be who will be designated as district as TIC of the school, no? But
yes,
anyway, we will advise Rans to okay. Sige,
Thank you po, ma'am.
Okay na, Sir Margie? Okay na?
Yes, sir. Okay na po, sir. Salamat po.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Ma'am Hope, you are recognized, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, mangutan na lang ko, sir, ba na amang good may schools nga unliquidated. Then until this time, wala man gid sila.
Ma'am, okay, hindi na switch on.
Naka-on na, sir. Am I here? Hello?
Sige, please proceed, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Okay na?
Hinay lang yun. Hinay. Ang bulyo, Ma'am Hope.
Ma'am.
Hello?
Nilayog ka madagong, ma'am.
Okay ra?
Madungog si Hope, but murag na siya sa langob, no? It seems that you're inside cave.
Sige, sir. Later na lang, sir. Ako lang i-jot down. Mo-post lang ko. Dili lang siguro.
Ado, it's already 12:01. What's the pleasure of the group? Is it a working break or we take a break for about
30
for
minutes.
a 4 hour lunch? Saman, what do you think?
I I move for a break about 30 minutes.
Motion. Any second?
I second the motion of Mr. Bukingkisto. Thank you.
Second demotion, sir. Second demotion.
15-minute break for our lunch.
Yes.
See you.
I third the motion.
Be back at exactly
Okay,
12.
30 minutes break.
Thank you. God bless and keep safe. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, sir.
Bitter mo to si may
Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love. Oh, don't pretend. Stick by my side even when the world is caving in.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me.
I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. It's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, boy, I swear I did the worst.
If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love, oh no pretend. I'll be right here, baby, you know I sing closely. Oh, don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. Cause it's only you, nobody knew I'll put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. Ooh.
I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth.
Cause it's only you, nobody knew I'll put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I'll do the worst.
Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. I can never get attached when I start to feel unattached. Someone you always end up feeling bad. Baby, I'm not your dad. It's not all you want from me. I just want your company. Girl, stop being yourself and in the room, and we're a part of it. Don't act so confused, and you love starting it. Now I'm in the mood. Now we arguing in my bedroom. We play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before, and I won't be a victim. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. So why you trying to fake your love on the regular, when you could be blowing up just like my cellular? I won't ever let a shorty go and set me up. Only thing I need to know is if you wet enough. I'm talking slick back, kick back, gang, sipping 40s. You can play another day with your shorty. Mismatch twist, that was way before you know me. Gotta let her love where you best it for me. Play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before, and I won't be a victim. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view.
Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband. Cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. I see you standing there in your hot outerwear, and all I can think is very stirring. Cause I know you wanna ask, scared the moment will pass. Can see it in your eyes, just take me by surprise. And all my friends, they tell me, Daisy, you're planning to get on one knee. But I want it to be out of the blue, so make sure I have no clue. When you ask, baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie.
Now we're having dinner, and baby, you're my waiter. I see the way you smile, You're thinking about the eye. You reach in your pocket. Your motion unlocking. Before you could ask, I answered too fast.
And all my friends, they tell me, Daisy, you're planning to get on one knee. So now I can't stop thinking about you. I figure out all the clues. So now I ask, baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Baby, no spoilers, please. No spoilers, please. No spoilers, please. And I love you 3000. I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, Achilles and his gold, Hercules and his gifts, Spider-Man's control, and Batman with his fits. And clearly I don't see myself upon that list. But she said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I want something just like this. I want something just like this. Been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, the testaments they told, the moon and its eclipse, and Superman unrolls a suit before he lived. But I'm not the kind of person that it fits. She said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can miss. I want something just like this. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I want something just like this. I want something just like this. If I woke up without you, I don't know what I'll do. Thought I could be single forever till I met you. Usually don't be falling fast. You got a way of keeping me coming back to back. I just found out the only reason that you're loving me was to get back at your ex-lover, but before you leave, usually I'll never even care. Baby, I know she creeping, I feel it in the air. Every night and every day I try to make you stay, but you're love. Did somebody break your heart? Looking like an angel, but you're savage love. When you kiss me, I know you don't get too far. But lost you wonder, you're savage love. You're savage love. You're savage love. You can use me, 'cause I still wonder. Baby, I hope that this ain't come across my care. You wanna run it up, I wanna lock it down. Easily don't be falling fast. You got a way of making me spend up all my cash. Every night and every day I try to make you stay, but you're savage love. Did somebody break your heart? Looking like an angel, but you're savage love. When you kiss me, I know you don't get too far. But lost you wonder, you're savage love. You're savage love. You're savage love. You can use me, 'cause I still wonder, you're savage love.
Broken all the pieces I've been shaping lately, focusing the things that didn't make no sense. Guess that growing up was never meant to be easy. Yeah, I got used to doing everything sideways. Didn't really care about how everyone felt, hiding my emotions down in different ashtrays. Oh, but what is lost ain't gone. No, you can't just let go, 'cause it's a part of you that will make you strong. Embrace your flaws. I'm not gonna fight back what I've become. Yeah, I got bruises where I came from, but I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gotta hide these beautiful scars. I've been going way too hard on myself. Guess that is the reason that I'm feeling like hell. But I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gotta hide these beautiful scars. I went down a road that only got me nowhere. I've seen every corner, every inch of this place. Being all alone, it really got me thinking, maybe overthinking, that what is lost ain't gone. No, you can't just let go, 'cause it's a part of you that will make you strong. Embrace your flaws. I'm not gonna fight back what I've become. Yeah, I got bruises where I came from, but I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gotta hide these beautiful scars. I've been going way too hard on myself. Guess that is the reason that I'm feeling like hell. But I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gotta hide these beautiful scars. Oh, oh, oh. Hide these beautiful scars. Oh, oh. I'm not gonna fight back what I've become. Yeah, I got bruises where I came from, but I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gotta hide these beautiful scars. I've been going way too hard on myself. Guess that is the reason that I'm feeling like hell. But I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gotta hide these beautiful scars. Hide these beautiful scars. Hide these beautiful scars. You know I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide. I know you want me, so don't keep saying our hands are tied. claim it's not in the cards. Fate is putting you miles away and out of reach from me. But you're here in my heart, so who can stop me if I decide you're my destiny? What if we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine, and nothing could keep us apart. You'd be the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we got to be. So why don't we rewrite the stars? Maybe the world could be yours tonight.
You think it's easy. You think I don't wanna run to you, but there are mountains and there are doors that we can't walk through. I know you're wondering why, because we're able to be just you and me within these walls. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was hopeless after all. No one can rewrite the stars. How can you say you'll be mine? Everything keeps us apart, and I'm not the one you were meant to find. It's not up to you, it's not up to
Kahan naman ni sila, wa na may nagkuhan. Lloyd,
Yes po, ma'am.
can we start?
Ma'am.
Call the attendance, baka others are not yet in the virtual room. There are only, okay.
Right, so good afternoon. Time check, it's 12. Once again, good afternoon. Time check, it's 12:34 in the afternoon, and we shall now continue our DIMANCOM giving updates from different functional divisions. So I hope everybody is now ready. So we are already through with the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent with our Administrative Officer 5 and of course from the CID and of course our SGOD Chief. Tapos na po siya, pero baka may mga tanong pa regarding sa presentation ni Sir Jerry. Later, we will entertain. And then the next presentation will be I guess Mambe is ready about the enrollment guidelines. Then after that, the SDSR and revised BLCP and other matters. All right, so I guess we are all 160 participants in this virtual room, and we will now continue our DIMANCOM. And I will now give the floor to our moderator, Sir Aurelio Santisa. Sir.
Thank you, Lloyd. Good afternoon. So, I guess there are still others who had questions regarding the presentation of our SG Chief. We'll give you 5 minutes to raise your questions before we'll give the next presenter.
We have here Mr. Alberto Albarin, sir, Principal of Titay.
Okay, Sir Bert, you are advised. Please, you have the first.
Sir Alberto, sir, do you have concern? Okay, so we will get back to Sir Alberto. At this point, we shall now entertain Sir Junel B. Ferrer.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sir Lloyd. My clarification is on the MOE allocation. Since we are through, this memo is through to all, including
implementing units. But my concern is on the utilization. Okay lang po ba, sir, na kasi tapos na kami ng up to September namin. So, pwede ba yung remaining months na lang ang i-enhance? Or pwede ba di na lang mag-enhance provided na yung concern for modules, printing of modules is not at stake?
Sir Jerry.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon once again to all. No, if you have sufficient funds, I think let's go back to the purpose why we need to enhance our EIP. Because of the insufficient funds that are available in the months where we need to print the module, in-house printing. But for practical reason, if there are already enough funds of the existing enhanced EIP, I think no need for us to do that, to enhance again. But I don't know. That's my own interpretation of the situation. I don't know if Sir Ads and Ma'am Jane will also will agree with my idea.
Thank you, Sir Jerry. Sir Junel, of the you were saying na you the school has revised the ano na lang yung months for this fiscal year starting September, no, or August, considering that we will be starting the school year, and the situation is the allocation that we see or downloaded from this for the modules is not enough to cover all subject area, all grade level. It's the fact. That is why we wanted to finding ways by which we can make sure our learners are provided with modules. That is why we in our part, it would not be hard for us to facilitate the procurement, considering that there are many subjects now that should be covered. So we just select some subjects or modules to be procured. So it was already procured the first and second quarter of school year 2022. Dahil na po ang English. English po yun, ASP, Mathematics. So select subjects module or weeks 1 to 8.
So choppy po kayo, sir. Choppy po.
Ako choppy?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
Sir Junel, loud and clear po ba si Sir Jan?
Choppy, Sir Lloyd, choppy.
I clear to you, Sir Junel.
Dili kay klaro, sir. Choppy man ang audio.
Teka.
Okay na, Sir Junel?
Yes, sir, but katong maka-provided nga dili makuan ang ato ang printing sa module.
Moment to yung mag-iingon pod.
Oo, basta kay ang priority nato is ang module. So kung ma-address na daan, so dili na ta pwede na dili mag-enhance sa EIP nato.
Kay
Oh.
up to September na ra ba ang kadagan namo sir nga kuan nga
Is the key.
Oo.
Katukod. Pero
Sige.
dili bot pasabot ha nga ang module ra gyud kay we need still to establish
Yes sir.
facilities for health for the observance of minimum health protocols.
Yes sir. Okay na sir, salamat.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Jonel. We still have, we will give still another chance to Sir Alberto Alabaren. Sir Alberto Alabaren, are you still there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon po.
Everyone. Good
Yes,
afternoon,
po.
Sir Jir. Clarification lang ako, in the preparation of our AIP, the fiscal year 2021, we prepared monthly basis, monthly in one of our DIMANCOMs, ingon po ito nga mag-prepare po may katong using bold template wherein the 12 months will be reflected makita tanan. So ang akong concern karon kay we will be enhancing our AIP starting August or September kung unsa nga template among gamiton Sir Jo katong monthly ra o apil po tong kuan pod katong old template na to nga makita tanan ng 12 months.
Pwede sa katong existing ang gibot lang sa memo nato sir ang katumantong existing nato no. Kung ang monthly will do, kung convenient ra kato, pwede ra pud to. Pero ang tan-aw nimo ang period of procurement kung maigo. Kung dito ko convenient ka sa kuan katong 12 months, kaltason lang tingali itong months nga dili intra ang prior ug ang advance nga dili makover. Kay base nang imong maka-cover na sa expenses sa first ug second quarter. Pagka November pa lang daan, tubag na daan panginahanglanon.
Okay, Sir
Okay,
Jer. Okay, thank you.
Sige.
Okay, Sir Jer.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Jerry and Sir Alberto. Now we will give to the floor to our moderator. Back to you, Sir Aurelio, Sir Santisas.
Lloyd, we will give the floor or the virtual our next presenter will present to us enrollment guidelines and give a virtual clap to Ma'am Glory Clavero, SEPS Reporting and Research. Ma'am Bay.
Good afternoon, Sir Ads. For a while, ang isang i-fix. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon to our Schools Division Superintendent, to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, to our chiefs for SGOD and CID, to all the education supervisors, our district supervisors, our companions here in the office, and to all the school heads who are present in the virtual room today. May I know, Sir Lloyd, if visible na ba akong presentation sa screen?
Yes po, ma'am. Visible na po.
Thank you so much, Sir Lloyd, for the confirmation. So, the topic that I'm going to discuss will be all about enrollment procedure for school year 2021-2022, which is anchored on the recently issued DepEd Order number 32, Series 2021. With that, I'd like to give you the outline of my presentation. So I have here enrollment guidelines, which will tackle both the procedures and our suggested options that the school shall undertake in the course of enrollment. Second is on enrollment policy. Third, on remote monitoring on Oplan Balik Eskwela, which is a requirement in DepEd Order number 32. Next will be about the reporting of our enrollment via LIS through the Learner Enrollment Survey Form Quick Count module. And the next one will be our status as to the Learner Information System end of school year. I received the feedback na nawala ang presentation. May I know again, Sir Lloyd, if makita na sa screen?
Bay.
Ay, nara, sir. Salamat, Sir Ads.
Yes, Ma'am Bay, naara, Ma'am Bay.
Thank you. Wait lang ha. Okay, so let me grab the statement of Director Masapol during our August 12 virtual orientation. It's a national orientation which we also live streamed, and we also have the recorded video posted in our official FB page. So this is the statement. DepEd Order number 32, Series 2021 provides a range of options to facilitate the enrollment of learners for all public schools in basic education and alternative learning system programs nationwide. The SUCs offering basic education and private schools in basic education are encouraged to adopt this policy to their specific contexts. So it says these guidelines or this DepEd Order number 32 Series 2021 shall govern only the policy for the enrollment processes for this incoming school year 2021-2022. Before I'll discuss further and elaborate further on what are the enrollment procedures for this school year, let us have this OBE terms, Oplan Balik Eskwela terms, which I will be discussing from the beginning of my presentation up until the end. So we will also be oriented and we have common understanding when we talk of some terminologies. One is the MLESF. MLESF stands for a Modified Learner Enrollment Survey Form. So this is actually the form or the tool
Ma'am Bay, nawawala po kayo, ma'am.
Lloyd?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Nawala ang signal ni Bay, ma'am.
Nagtawag na ko, ma'am.
Sige, ma'am, giot ka. Ginafix ko, ma'am. Ang ma-out kayo ang sali. Ang connection dito.
So, pwede siguro we will move to the next while Kwan, isa ba? To Ado or baka there are some questions that they would like to raise, Lloyd, while waiting for Bay. Lloyd?
Okay, ma'am. So I'll check the ma'am. So far, si Sir Junel at saka si Sir Alabarin lang po ang kanina. And wala pa po at this moment, wala pa pong nag-raise ng hand.
Lloyd, si
Yes,
Ma'am
po,
Hope ganihan ato yung question pero wala na dayon.
Okay po. Ma'am Hope? Ma'am Hope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ma'am Hope, do you have concern? This is your time to air your concern po. But your voice is ma'am, sobrang
Hello, sir.
That's
Hello,
good.
sir.
Okay. That's good. Okay po. Sige, you may
Okay na, sir?
Yes po, ma'am. What's your ma'am concern?
Okay na, sir. Ma-heard na ko?
Yes po, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Akong concern ganina, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Ang akong concern, sir, is about sa naamang good may school heads nga naagi unliquidated, then murag dugay pa kaay makaliquidate, then na-worry ko about sa downloading sa MOE kasi dili man sila ma-downloadan not unless ang katong ilang unliquidated ma-liquidate. So tulong the process. So ni-request unta ko, sir, o if pwede, how about nga mag-fidelity banding na lang ilang head teacher or next in rank nila para dito na lang po i-download ang ilahang MOE para matabangan ang school. Labi na this time nga need ra ba gyud nila ang budget for MOE. Okay, baka ha. Kaya akong gi-channel dito kay Ma'am Lori G, then moadto pa man ni Ma'am Lagruma mananghid, then much better siguro kung ma-answer na kani nga concern this time.
I think I'd like to answer that question. Mrs. Lagroma, I think Mrs. Lagroma is in the virtual room. I think the bank will not allow. With the
Okay.
new guidelines, the bank will not allow anyone stretch their money with Mrs. Lagroma, are you in the virtual room?
Yes, ma'am. I'm present, ma'am.
Kindly explain
Yes, ma'am.
ang comment ng bank when we try to facilitate the transfer of the account to those campus village, to a department head or somewhat, other people, other person in the school.
Actually, ma'am, nag-comment ang bank regarding anak. We were trying to help other schools also na mag-designate lang tatag another special disbursing officer even if nag-exist na ang school head. So, kung delayed siya sa liquidation, atong suggest na we will assign somebody na as special disbursing officer. However, dili siya pwede because dito sa guidelines nato nakabutang gid siya nga dapat siya gid ang school head sa school. So kung naanay OIC nga gi-designate, so mawala gid siya sa iyang function, ma-out gid siya. Kung principal ka, dapat dili siya mag-function kung mag-designate ka another person. So siya gid ang mahimong head sa school. So dili pwede, especially kung principal ang tao. Kung na-existing principal sa school, then mag-assign ta another nga magiging special disbursing, dili siya pwede kay sa guidelines sa kabutang gid siya nga school head or ang designate na gid nga head sa school. So if ever OIC lang siya, ma'am, then ilisa na to ang IC, then pwede siya. Oh. Pero kung principal position din, ilisan o OIC, maglisod ta kay dili man basta-basta mapa ano nato ang function niya as principal.
Actually, this is mao gid ni ang perennial problem kanunay, ma'am. Perennial problem kasi kani, then wala gid na check for how many years?
Usa ang problema ng school heads nga wala naka-liquidate. Usa na
Which I do not know pud, ma'am.
Ha?
Lalaki, ma'am, lalaki.
Please submit to me the name of that school head. I think there is a need for the team ADO to visit the school and talk to the teachers, talk to the principal. Because
actually, ma'am, the unliquidated funds. Hello, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, the unliquidated funds, wala pa ko nabot sa April, unliquidated na nga funds. So, it is been too long nga wala gid nila na liquidate for us. So, daghan sila nadawat nga demand letter.
Saan na siya? Principal, school head, TIC?
Principal, ma'am.
Mao na yung problema. You give me the name and I will call the attention of that school principal.
Okay, ma'am. Noted. Thank you.
Asa, karon dayon i-text ako ang pangalan. I want that school principal to come to my office tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Noted.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma'am Hope. And I guess Ma'am Bay is now ready.
Lloyd.
Yes, ma'am.
This is just a reminder to school heads who are because usually I signed here parang form informing the school heads that their MOE liquidation is returned because of some deficiencies. So I am just surprised why this has been repeatedly happening. So they have been liquidating their MOE for many years now since they became a school head and a school principal. But why is it that until now same problems emerge? Same problems emerge. So I think PSDS should call the PSDS and district in charge in your meeting. Please discuss that one. Unsa gyud ang problem? Asa ang problem sa bookkeeper sa nag-check sa school principal or what? Because that will actually cause the delay of the return and the submission. Murag nagbalibol ang papeles will actually cause the delay of the downloading of funds. So I hope that can be settled in the field with the district in charge and the PSDS. Lloyd, you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. So I guess Ma'am Bay is now ready. Ma'am Bay, are you there na?
Yes, Sir Lloyd.
Okay, so Ma'am Bay, this time, it's time for you to proceed your presentation.
Thank you and sorry for what happened a while ago. Hinalin jud ang signal yata diri sa taas. But anyway, I guess I ended my presentation before the disruption on the terminologies. First is on the MLESF. So as I've said, this is the survey form that we are going to use to register our learners. Parents will accomplish or the teachers will accomplish when they are going to employ the remote enrollment method. So that's MLESF. Next one is another form which we call MLESF SMF to stand for Modified Learner Enrollment Survey Form Summary Matrix. So this is where the grade level chairman will have to input the enrollment for the day, the summarized one. Next, we have School Enrollment Focal Person or SEFP. Then we also have the counterpart for ALS, the AEFP, ALS Enrollment Focal Person. Then the school planning and research coordinator, which is also known as our system admin or our LIS coordinator. Next is the GLEC or the grade level enrollment chair. And the other one, which we have to remember always when we employ enrollment during this pandemic time, is the remote enrollment. This is the process of registering our learners, which we are conducting without any face-to-face interaction. And the next one, this was already mentioned in passing by Sir Jekyll this morning, the information system which is under development. This is our learner management information system. Okay, let us now proceed to the enrollment procedures. What are the enrollment procedures during this pandemic? I'd like to start with the first part of the enrollment procedure, which talks about the protocol for enhanced general enrollment. So when we talk of the protocol for the conduct of our general enrollment this school year 2021-2022, there are 3 stages that we are going to observe. One is the pre-data collection. That is where you are going to utilize the MLESF or the survey form. Second one is the data collection and reporting. This is now the time when the class advisors, the school enrollment focal person, the school head, the system admin will have to process the MLESF, the individual forms received by the school during the period of enrollment. And then they'll have to consolidate and report. Report through online via our system, which is the learner information system. The third stage is the data retrieval. Data retrieval will also be done via online through our information system, which is the LIS. So this is the protocol that we are going to observe in the conduct of our enhanced enrollment this school year. Next one, when we talk of remote enrollment or purely remote enrollment will be adopted by the area, this remote enrollment will be observed or will be implemented, will be adopted by the schools located in the areas classified as under ECQ or MECQ. Now, how about for our areas na na-classify ta under MGCQ or GCQ or those under low-risk areas? A combination of remote enrollment and face-to-face will be adopted or can be adopted, right? So that's one. Next, on the enrollment options. These enrollment options are not mentioned in DepEd Order 32, Series 2021, but our division came up with this so that you will have now the menu of the enrollment strategies that you are going to employ. That is if you have not yet started with your enrollment, or even if you have started, but upon presenting this, you will realize that pwede de ninyo siya po ma-implement during this time. Especially that our enrollment period will cover the whole month of August, spilled over to September up until September 13, which is actually the first day of our classes. So here are the enrollment options that we were able to identify at our level here in the division office. Under remote enrollment, we have via SMS or through text. Pwede siguro you can come up with a format, with a text format that will be sent to you by the parent or the guardian. So that's via SMS. Daw baka mangutana mo, kung via SMS, can we possibly gather all the necessary data reflected in the 2-page MLESF? So definitely dili kay murag perteng taasa sa mga questions nga naa didto. But again, this will now prompt the teacher the moment ma receive ang SMS, ang text. This will now prompt the teacher, the class advisor, the one who is managing the Oplan Balik Eskwela help desk to call the parent, to call the guardian, and gather the necessary information. In other words, si teacher ani ang mag-accomplish sa MLESF based on the information gathered via SMS or via call from our guardian or from our parents. So that's via SMS or text. Next is through call, which is common when we talk of remote enrollment. So the teacher will have to call the parent and conduct the interview using the MLESF, the information being asked by the MLESF, or it could be another way. The parent will reach out the school through the hotline numbers provided and affirm the enrollment of their learners in that particular school. Another one is through email. So when it is through email, we have to ensure that the official email ad of the school will be utilized. So for those who were able to join us or who were able to watch the video of the national orientation on the enrollment policy conducted by the central office through the Office of the Planning Service last August 12. If you can recall, it was mentioned by Director Masapol and the other speakers that they will no longer accept queries, requests, and other things if we will be using an unofficial school email ad. So we really have to use the official school email ad to conduct, to process or to transact business to the division office, to school, and to other stakeholders. So if it's via email, please ensure that the official school email ad will be utilized. Then the other one is via chat or messenger. We believe that you already have the established group chats since the time that we faced this pandemic. We already have the group chats established within your class, within the school, and another group. Another one is via Google Form. Many are now preparing Google Forms. I have already checked some to mention our Kabasalan Science and Technology High School. Ma'am Jernine has the comprehensive Google form on the conduct of enrollment. So thank you for that, ma'am. And other schools I've also seen in their My Story, in their Facebook, they have already prepared registration or enrollment forms via Google. So of all those identified way of doing the remote enrollment, the first four is what we call the teacher-led activity, which means the teacher will have to accomplish the MLESF. Again, I'd like to remind you of the instruction by the central office last August 12, in which it says if the teacher is the one accomplishing the form, then the teacher will be the one to sign the form. So even if ang nakasulat sa form is the name of the parent, but imuha ngalan ang ibutang dito and then magbutang lang daw for to mean na you gather the data. So that's it for remote enrollment. Those are our options, suggested enrollment strategies under remote enrollment. The next one, which we are accustomed to and murag mas dali for us, is the face-to-face enrollment. But when we do face-to-face enrollment, please utilize the drop box enrollment method, just like what we did last school year. No? So it's through drop box enrollment method, which will be placed in the booths or in the kiosk, and will be placed, these booths or kiosk will be established in these areas, either in front of the school, inside the school premises, in the barangay hall, in your purok, and other visible locations accessible to our parents and guardians. So this face-to-face enrollment through drop-box enrollment method will answer our problem to those parents nga wala joy gadgets, walay devices, and di na to ma-reach out. So that's for our options under face-to-face enrollment. Okay, but we would like to give this reminder as mentioned in paragraph A of the enclosed guidelines of DepEd Order 32 Series 2021, particularly on data collection and reporting. Now it says, collection of the MLESF shall adopt various means to ensure safety of all involved parties, such as phone call, short message service or SMS, and online submission. So we have this reminder that parents and guardians shall only use the printed MLESFs as a last resort for enrollment or for enrolling their child in the school. So even if we are in the low-risk area, the schools are located in the low-risk areas, we are still reminded of this provision. That if possible, the face-to-face enrollment or the use of the printed MLESFs will be our last resort. If possible, we will do the remote enrollment. That is to avoid possible contact to those with virus. So that's the reminder. For this school year, these are the expected outputs coming from us as a result of the conduct of our Oplan Balik Eskwela. One is daily updating of learner enrollment survey quick count via LIS through the summary matrix, which will be utilized by the class advisor at the end of the day, and it will be submitted to the school enrollment focal person. So the daily updating will happen from August 16, actually that was last Monday, up until September 13, which is the first day of classes. Daily, daily updating of our summary data on how many learners have already registered, along with all the necessary information being asked by the MLESF. So that's the first expected output. Another one is the encoding now of the individual learner's profile in the LIS, in which your reference document is the accomplished MLESF. Okay, so those are the two expected outputs when we talk of OBE activities for now, because after this, may daghang modules that we are going to maintain via LIS. This output number 2, the encoding of individual learners' profile in the LIS, is not yet available in our learner information system right now. The module is not yet available in the dashboard. Thus, ang inyong unahon will be this number 1. Because as we noticed last week pa, naa na ni nga module. This module is already available in the learner information system, which means you can now start submitting your reports via online and start complying the requirement of DepEd Order number 32 Series 2021, which says that we have to submit or upload our report daily in the learner enrollment survey quick count. Quick count to mean our summary. So if you are going to open your account in the LIS, you proceed to the dashboard and then you click the LES quick counts. When you open the tab, you will be directed to the following tables. So as you can see in the screen, we have there the summary table. So in other words, the encoding of the summary will not be done by the individual class advisor. The data of the class advisor, the summarized, the processed and summarized MELSF by the class advisors will be submitted to the enrollment focal person. Enrollment focal person will have to summarize from grades 1 to grade 6, grade 7 to grade 10, grade 11 to grade 12, then submit it to the LIS coordinator or to the school head, because it's only the LIS coordinator or the school head who can access the LES QC. Okay, so kung balik ko na, dili class advisor ang mag-input, mag-submit sa LES quick count. This is the summary data, meaning the summary of the school, the summary enrollment quick count of the school will only be done by the school head or the system admin. So meaning at the end of the day, before the end of the day, the class advisors should have prepared their summary matrix, accomplished their summary matrix, which can be designed by the school, and then submit that to the enrollment focal person. The enrollment focal person will summarize from grades 1 or from kindergarten up until grade 6 if you are in the elementary. Then the summarized one will be forwarded to our LIS coordinator or the school head, who is the one who will upload the report daily in our LIS. Okay, so this one is a screenshot of the one data that is being gathered by the MLESF. This talks about the gender. So how many male enrollees, how many female enrollees per grade level. So that's per grade level to include the LSENs or the so-called non-graded learners. That's the first one. Another data which you are going to summarize is on the data of the highest educational attainment of the parents or the guardian. You have there the coding. If you notice, na yung mga coding, HEA sub 1, sub 2, up until sub 7. The meaning of that can be found below, which is actually the legend. So, example, HEA1 talks about no formal schooling. So when you do consolidate your MLESF, in the summary matrix, ingani ang mga heading nga inyuhang i-reflect. Then you have to, class advisors should familiarize themselves of the coding to avoid errors in the preparation of the summary report. Okay, so na-coding din ha. So if the parent is an elementary level grad, so ang coding is HEA3. I-account siya, si parent, in HEA3. That's up until HEA7, which means after high school education or vocational. So there's the legend below every table. Another data being collected in the LESF is if the learner is a 4-piece recipient or conditionally cash transfer recipient or beneficiary. So that's being gathered. So ang question lang din ha kung ang answer lang is either yes or no. So again, the basis is the accomplished MLESF. Another data being gathered is the number of learners in the household, including the enrollee, who will be studying in school year 2021-2022. So this is another question or data or information being gathered through the tool MLESF. So yun na po na siyang i-summarize. Another one, household members that can provide instructional support to the child's distance learning. Last school year, this data was also being gathered, and this year, this has been sustained. No, the household members who can be facilitators of the on the child's distance learning. So that's by grade level, and there's coding. It is HM1 up until HM13. Again, the definition of the coding is found below the box under the legend box. For example, to me, yes, ma'am?
Nakay presentation, wala?
Naa, ma'am.
Dili lagi makita. Can you check, Lord? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Makita man, ma'am. Makita ra.
I see.
Yes, ma'am. Naara. You are now on legend.
I see. Maka-proceed ra ko, ma'am Jen?
Yes. I just wonder why I cannot see your presentation. Sige. Just go on.
See, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So we have there the legend. So for example, if you will be talking about HM sub 9, it means grandparent only. So si grandparent lang ang pwede makatabang. And so with the other legends, meaning or acronym that is being found in the legend. The next one is the summary box on devices available at home that the learner can use for learning. So again, we have there the coding from DA sub 1 up until DA sub 13. In other words, 13 data are being floated under this portion, devices available at home. And there are possible 13 responses that you are going to input in this table. Again, below the table, we have the legend. Example, DA1 stands for television only. DA13 to stand for none. Wala jud sila'y devices, walay gadget at home. Right? The next one is on data on way to connect to internet. Way to connect to internet. So we have there the coding IC-1, sub-1, sorry, IC sub-1 up until IC sub-10, meaning there are again 10 options being populated in our survey form that will be accomplished by the parents. Then again, below that, we have the legend to guide our encoders or the system admin or the school head in submitting the report. Then another one, we have B6. B6 talks about the type of distance learning modality or modalities preferred for by the learner. Kung say gusto niya nga learning modality. So we have there DLM1 up until DLM12. So meaning there are 12 options. So pwede kapilian. Legend is also found below the table. So example, if ang piliun sa bata is television only, so it's DLM5. If ang piliun sa bata is blended, then it's DLM sub 12. Another data is on challenges that may affect your child's learning process through distance education. So I guess this type of data was also gathered last school year. What are the challenges that may affect the child's learning process through this distance learning education that we are implementing in times of pandemic? So we have there the coding CH sub 1 up until CH sub 13. And again, we have the legend found below every table as found in the learner information system. This coding are not found in the MLESF, katong digital and the printed MLESF, but you can view this when you open the LIS. So in other words, si school head and si system admin who can access the LIS will be the one to prepare the summary matrix, no, para aware si class advisor. The other data is on this one. Are you willing to allow your child to participate in limited face-to-face classes? If not, please select the major consideration. This type of information is being asked for this school year only. Last school year, this was not gathered. However, if you can recall in the previous school year, there was an attempt. There was a proposal from central office to offer limited face-to-face. So in anticipation for that, isustain to nga proposal, central office is now gathering information on this. So if you are willing ba nga mag-participate ang bata, in the event mag-offer of limited face-to-face. So we have there the data. If the answer is yes, na itulo ka options. If the answer is no, there are 4 choices or options nga i-tick or i-choose ni parent. So that's a new data element being asked in the MLESF. Then that actually is the end. But before you click or you close your account, school head or system admin doing the daily uploading of the report shall click the save button para ma-save ang imuhang report. Mora ba yun ni ato ang common error, we will immediately proceed to signing out of the account without clicking the save button. So mas taas na kayo imuhang na-encode, wala na kay na-save. So please don't forget to click the save button. So that is how you're going to submit the daily enrollment count via LIS through LES QC module or Learner Enrollment Survey Quick Count module. Again, only system admin or the school head can access this module. So meaning to say, only the 2 of them can update or can submit the report via online direct to central office. All right. Here is the reminder coming from the Office of the Planning Service. This is actually the statement of Director Masapot, which says, the official data gathering tool on learner enrollment profile, parents or guardians information, household capacity, access to distance learning, unlimited face-to-face, and another data, all other data elements is only the learner information system. So take note, official data shall be based on the generated data from the LIS. So even if we have Google links that we will be creating, the official data that we will be reporting to the region, central office, to our external stakeholders, and to other stakeholders will be the data that we can generate from the LIS. Remember, the terminology daw nga pirmi ginagamit sa central office and the region is consistency. The key daw is consistency. So we have to be consistent with our data across levels. So that's a reminder. Let us now proceed to the status of our Oplan Balik Eskwela. Let's try to see if naabay progress as of last night at exactly 10:17 p.m. Based on the division dashboard, this is our division account where we can view the status. It says 0. So meaning wala pa'y eskwelahan nga naka-upload. None. 0 out of 505 ang status na to. So 0 pa siya in our dashboard. If we open the early registration, still 0 ang naka-report. Wala pa yung naka-upload. So hopefully after our DIMANCOM today, perhaps tonight na anay maka-upload or tomorrow na anay magsugod og upload because the central office is now monitoring our performance through the LIS dashboard. Okay, so that's our status. Next one, for those who are asking nga paunsay mahitabo ron nga nag-beginning of school year na ta, yet wala pa na finalize ang end of school year nila nga report. Yes, indeed, there are still around 642 data corrections and mga 50% pa lang ang naka-finalize sa end of school year. Kung ingana ang status, that means we cannot generate key performance indicators that of last school year of 2020-2021. We can never generate because not all of the schools were able to finalize. However, Central Office made mention last August 12 that it will remain open. No, open na siya. You just click this school year button. There are options there kung unsa nga school year ang imuhang i-access. So we tried opening this using one account, one school account. We noticed na open pa gyud si school year 2020-2021. And with that, we would like to remind you of our status of the finalization of last school year. Kumbaga, unsay status sa closure na to sa last school year para maka-move on ta karon nga school year 2021-2022. And here is the status. 52.03% ang naka-finalize for elementary. Sorry for the spelling ha, namali ang spelling sa word nga elementary. Correct lang na namo later. It's 52.03%, meaning only 225 schools ang naka-finalize out of 469. It's 469 because it talks about total schools within the division to capture the SUC and the private schools. So that's the status for elementary. For junior high, we have a high performance. It's 72.73. Only 72. Teka lang, sorry. Again, murag mali ang computation kaya only 27 lang ang naka-finalize. May I call the attention of my companion, Joy. Kindly check the computation before we will give the report, our presentation to the field. Only 27 ang naka-finalize. Napay 72 nga wala naka-finalize. So below 50% ang performance. For senior high school, only 20 ang naka-finalize. No, gamay pa lang jud kaayo ang naka-finalize. Sa first semester, sa second semester, 16 pa lang ang naka-finalize. So it's 18.18%. Ang wala naka-finalize, it's 81.82%. Right? So nadia sa presentation. the presentation by school or the status by school will be provided to you through our Google link para makita ninyo ang status. Okay? So for now, diha lang sa ta because we will proceed with the main topic, which is our enrollment procedure. Now let's have number 2, which is the encoding of individuals learners profile. Baka we might receive naman calls on the encoding of the individuals learners profile in the LIS. Kung paunsa sila mag-encode na. Again, class advisors, dili pa ta maka-encode, kay dili pa siya available. However, please take note of the announcement of the central office during the national orientation. So we do hope inyo tong gilantaw ang recorded video, which is actually uploaded in our official FB page. No, nasa sa FB page. It says, this beginning of school year facility or module will be made available on the first day of classes. Meaning, on the first day of classes, you can start encoding the official learners in the school. However, please lang, para ma-avoid tong errors not to last school year, please encode the learners who will really enroll in your school. Meaning you receive the confirmation from the parents, from the guardian, that indeed ang learner mo eskwela jud karon na school year. Remember kaning atong activity from August 16 to September 13, quick count ang atong gilantaw, no, quick count. Wala pa taga istorya sa actual nga enrollees. The actual enrollees, which will now correspond to our official enrollees, will be the enrollees nga atong i-register sa BOSI or beginning of school year 2021-2022 na module. That is if nag-retrieve na module si parent, nag-retrieve na module si guardian or si learner nga of legal age, iyahan ang gi-retrieve iyahang module, or naka-receive na mo og call from the parent, from the guardian that indeed muskwela gyud siya. Nag-confirm siya nga muskwela gyud siya. So, class advisors, una tayo mga class advisors na minodili, school heads, our supervisors, if you observe in our enrollment survey form, the last portion actually is on the data on official enrollment, which says this will be filled up by the class advisors only upon the confirmation of enrollment. No? Only upon the confirmation of enrollment, or kung nag-start na siya o participate in any learning activities after September 12. After September 12, meaning starting September 13. Okay, so I hope na klaro na. So that ma-avoid na to ang concern na magpa-unenroll na punta sa bata, ipa-remove na to ang bata, ipa-unregister na to ang bata sa LIS. Remember ang hassle. The approval is not at our level. It's not at the division level. When we talk of unenrollment of learners, approval is at the central office, wherein we have to get the requirements coming from you, pagkadaghan ng requirements that you are going to upload in the division LIS ticketing system. Amo pa nang i-retrieve, i-evaluate ang atuang documents that you have uploaded in our ticketing system. I-process na siya, i-submit na po sa ticketing system of the central office. Indugay ang approval because it's a nationwide processing of request. Depende pag yun sa type of documents that you submitted. If it's not visible, inyong scan the document, dili visible. If ang document, the request is not encoded in the Excel format, ibalik-balik pa na siya. Ibalik-balik, ibalik-balik. So please, be very careful when you will enroll the learner in the BOSI facility. Okay, so that's the reminder. Another reminder to our school heads with regards to enrollment procedure this school year is this one. Okay, baka may na puntag si enrollment focal person lang magtrabaho. DepEd Order 32 Series 2021 stipulates that the school head will be the one to manage and to supervise the overall implementation of the Oplan Balik Eskwela activities at the school level. Okay, si school head jud ang mag-manage. So you have to oversee the overall implementation of the OBE activities. And these are the following activities that you are going to observe for you to be compliant of our DepEd Order number 32. School head, please take note that you have to establish Oplan Balik Eskwela Help Desk, a physical help desk and a digital help desk. When we say physical help desk, so natay help desk, ibutang or booth or kiosk within the school premises or outside the school premises. And we also have to go into digital, whether sa FB page, create a help desk or group chat or any virtual platform nga kaya himuon sa eskwelahan. Basta mag-create ang Oplan Balik Eskwela Help Desk wherein we have to reflect our contact numbers which are active, contact numbers nga ma-contact jud, no? So establish OBE help desk. That's one. Another one, school head, you have to designate the SEFP, our school enrollment focal person. And then for schools with more than 2 or more than 3 sections in a grade level, you have to designate GLEC or grade level enrollment chair. Kaya naka-asterisk na diha because that is only applicable to medium, large, and very large schools. But for schools with a lone class only per grade level, no need to designate GLEC. Kung kinsa tong in charge dito sa kwan siya ay mag-summarize. School enrollment focal person na lang inyuhang i-designate. Okay? So those are the first thing that you are going to establish when we talk of Oplan Balik Eskwela. What are the responsibilities of our school enrollment focal person, or what are to be indicated or to be placed in the OBE help desk? So we have here, you have to establish digital and physical platforms. You also have to establish health protocols, prepare advocacy materials, and you have the OBE PAC Center. Kung kinsa ng mga members sa OBE PAC Center at the school level, you have to coordinate with your barangay officials and other key stakeholders for the success of the implementation of the Oplan Balik Eskwela starting August 16 to September 13. Next one, here is the reminder. We count this out from DepEd Order 32. It says, those who will be assigned to manage the OBE help desk are preferably vaccinated. Preferably vaccinated. Okay? So please be reminded of that. Ang katong mag-manage, mag-man sa OBE help desk. Let us now have the role of the school enrollment focal person. We have the following. The school enrollment focal person will assist the school head in the overall implementation of the Oplan Balik Eskwela. He or she shall assist the school head in facilitating the drop box enrollment through setting up of the booths, the kiosk in front of the school, inside of the school premises, in the barangay hall, in the puruk, and in other visible locations, provided it's accessible to our parents. Our enrollment focal person shall ensure that you have the digital format of the MLESFs, itong electronic format atong ginamin ani. Digital format of the forms, you have to ensure that it is accessible and downloadable to our parents. So if you have website, post it in your website or in any virtual platforms that you have. Basta kay accessible siya to our parents, accessible to the teachers who will be reproducing the MLESFs. Just a reminder, you can also download or get a copy of the forms through our LIS. So when you open the LIS, dili pagalit ninyo ma-input ang inyong username and inyong password, mugawas na siya ng mga announcement with advisory. Please do not brush that aside. Open that form, click that link, and you will be directed to the digital format of the modified enrollment form or modified learner enrollment survey form, which comes in 2 forms. One is in Filipino, one is in English. And we also have the form for ALS, for our counterpart in ALS. It's called AF2. The same learning of form na gigamit nila last school year. So it can be accessed from the LIS. Going back to my presentation, Then we'll now proceed to the other set of the responsibility of our school enrollment focal person. School enrollment focal person will be the one who will receive all accomplished modified learner enrollment survey form placed in the drop box or submitted remotely. So si school enrollment focal person mo in taon yun ni ang magsuroy-suroy sa mga drop box every day. Check if na ay na-drop, na ay na-submit ng mga accomplished form ikan sa mga ginikanan in any designated areas asa mo nag-establish or nag-set up sa inyong booth or sa inyong kiosk with a drop box or drop boxes. Pwede kasi ni 2 drop boxes, pwede several drop boxes by grade level if you want para dili na maglisod o segregate si school enrollment focal person. You can devise a way like for example, if you are offering junior high school, then you have a drop box for grade 7 up until grade 10. Or if you're in elementary, you have a drop box for kindergarten up until grade 6. So you also have a drop box, or you also have a box where you are going to place an empty or an unaccomplished or a blank MLESF para maka-access si ginikanan. Then you also have a drop box na properly labeled kung asa ibutang ro ni ginikanan ang iyang accomplished modified learner enrollment survey form. Okay? Another role of our school enrollment focal person, siya karon ang mag-distribute sa accomplished modified enrollment survey form to the class advisor. So if you will prepare drop box by grade level, dili na maghasol pa og segregate si focal person sa mga forms tanawon kung para asa nga grade level to siya, katuna nga box diretso itunol kay class advisor. Another one, si school enrollment focal person, of course with the support ni siya of the school head, shall ensure that the class advisors, all class advisors, have accomplished the summarized MLESF matrix on a daily basis, and kung mahuman na ang learner management information system nga first module, iyang i-upload sa LMIS or Learner Management Information System. For now, you have already heard from our I.T.O nga under development pa, kay last Monday pa nasugdan ang nilang sa tulo ka teachers nga among gi-assign mag-develop sa system. Silang Sir Christopher Kainglet of Surabay National High School, Sir Ronilo Yap of Surabay National High School, and Sir Weiner Elba of Buluan Elementary School. Sila ang tulo ka mga developers ron sa tuwang LMIS. Last Monday pa siya nasugdan because last Monday pa po na klaro kung unsa gyud ang dapat nga data elements ang i-capture, because I guess everyone is aware nga bag-o lang pag yun ni i-download sa TUA ang guidelines on enrollment for school year 2021-2022. So wala siya na nahimo ahead of time. So for now, dili pa available or fully developed ang first module of our LMIS, which is the summary matrix for our learner enrollment survey form. Ang buhaton na to is traditional way muna, tali-tali, murag election, magtali-tali lang sa yun si class advisor, tali niya, pasa kay school enrollment focal person, submit to LIS coor or to school head para si school head mag-encode. For now. But hopefully next week, ready na to siya para diretso na mag-encode si class advisor in the LMIS through offline, ay kabalaka di pa ni online, offline method pa lang ni, then kung maka-access sa net na, ay siya i-upload. Mura lang ni siya Project OSA. Okay, so that's one. Another is, i-submit ni focal person ang summarized MLESF to LIS coor. That I've already mentioned. So those are the responsibilities of our school enrollment focal person. Bugat-bugat ang iyahang responsibility. The next one, the responsibility of our GLEC or the grade level enrollment chair. The moment ma-receive niya ang modified learner enrollment survey form, it's the role of the GLEC to assess completeness and accuracy of the accomplished forms. So kung naay mga entries nga kulang, necessary ma-capture sa form, it's now the role of the GLEC to contact the parent, to contact the guardian, and get the necessary information. Ayaw na ibalik kay focal person. Okay? So that's one. Another is GLEC will ensure that the learner is registered in the correct grade level. Again, this is for us to avoid issues on LIS like unenrollment. Kay mali di ay, wala di ay ni kasummer, dapat di ay na-retaining bataa, sayop di ay niyang grado, conditionally promoted man di ay ni last school year, wala na kasummer, meaning retain siya karon. Or drop man di ining bataa, dili man di ni angay i-move in the next grade level. So at this stage pa lang, you have to evaluate unsay record nga naa mo at the school level. No, using your SF5, your SF10, yung mga file diha, class records, and etc. Ayaw hulat nga mo open ang module for beginning of school year nga magka-error na ta. So prior pa lang, you have to ensure na correct na ang grade placement sa bata. Next one, si GLEC shall ensure that the summarized MLESF is prepared on a daily basis, naka-stress na din ha in red font, on a daily basis, and submit to enrollment focal person or upload, kung ready na ang LMIS, upload in the LMIS. Right? So those are the responsibilities of the GLEC. Next, our school planning and research coordinator or our LIS coor, and of course our school head who has the overall responsibility of these OBE activities. Your responsibilities are the following. Check the submitted MLESF matrix forwarded to you by the SFEP. Or again, kung available na si LMIS, inyong i-check ang correctness or accuracy of the uploaded data. Baka ang 1 na himo 100, kunya primary school lang di ay ka, grade 1 lang ang gi-offer. Wala magka-problema na gitaan na in the internal validation. Please check before you upload the report. I've heard nga murag na ay nagmali-mali katong sa assessment. Instead nga number of failures, ang school ID ra ba ang inyong na-upload, no? Vulnerable ra ba kaayo ni ron ang atuang system kay wala pa siya internal validation. So please do check before you click save button. Next one is you have to register in the LIS LESQC or quick count module all the data on a daily basis because again our performance is being monitored on a daily basis, monitored by central, monitored by the region. Daily na kay online system man ta karon. So in summary, this is what we are going to observe when we talk of enrollment procedures, enrollment options. So school head, you have to designate an SEFP. The school head mag-designate po og GLEC for those schools na medium, large, or very large. Then next, GLEC will have to turn over the accomplished MLESF to class advisors para i-assess niya ang documents, check ang accuracy. Si class advisor will review the accomplished form, summarize it, and prepare the summary matrix. Then the next one, the class advisor mo submit sa iyahang summarized form sa LIS coor or to school head for encoding now in our LIS quick count module. So that's the summarized step in the enrollment procedure for us to accomplish the LIS quick count module, which is actually the survey of the learners who will of those who would like to enroll this school year, survey of the educational attainment of the parents, the preferred learning modalities, the gadgets that are available, who will stand as facilitators, and all other information being asked by the MLESF. So that's the survey. Here is again the reminder, which says you have to prioritize the health and safety of all that will be involved in the enrollment process. Whatever enrollment options, whatever enrollment strategies that you are going to employ, prioritize the health and safety of all that will be involved in the enrollment process. So with that, we have articulated in the memo, division memo will be posted perhaps tomorrow, the following: the observance of the health protocols, like the following. Personnel shall be assigned to check the body temperature, especially if you are going to employ the limited face-to-face enrollment. Ensure that sanitizer or alcohol is provided. You have your foot bath for those who will be entering the school premises. You have your signages on the observance of proper physical distancing and wearing a face mask and face shield. You have the personnel who will be assigned to conduct regular cleaning and disinfection. Or pwede po, you have to limit the number of persons who will get inside the school premises in compliance to our IATF guidelines. Or you can also schedule as to what barangay is allowed to enroll in a certain day. So scheduling yung kinahanglan. Schedule as to what purok, if you go into further details, what purok is allowed to enroll in a certain day. Or you might schedule as to what grade level is allowed to enroll in a certain day. Or others, inyong mahuna-hunaan. Sa among level mo pa lang na among nahuna-hunaan ng mga, pwede na itong ma-establish ng mga protocols. Okay? So, those are our enrollment procedures. Let us now proceed to the policy governing the enrollment procedures and the enrollment options. One is on the curriculum and age requirement for kinder. I'd like to reiterate what was discussed by Sir Jonas last August 12, Sir Jonas of Central Office, which says kindergarten education shall mean 1 year of preparatory education for children at least 5 years old as a prerequisite for grade 1. Meaning wala lagi jud tay dawaton to grade 1 kung wala ni agi og kindergarten. Because we still have concerns, we still have issues na we attempt to enroll learners to grade 1, kaya lagi ang edad 7 na, 8, 9, 10, yet wala na kagi og kindergarten. So kindergarten is a prerequisite as provided for by law, like RA 10157, RA 10533, and articulated in DepEd Order 20, Series 2018, and amended also, and the amendment of DepEd Order 47, Series 2016, which is actually the omnibus policy on kindergarten education. So what is the kindergarten age cutoff? Since our enrollment or the classes will start on September. Our DepEd Order number 20, Series 2018, which talks about the omnibus policy on enrollment, made mention that if the school opening is within June, the learners who will turn 5 years old as of August 31 will be qualified to enroll to kindergarten. In like manner, kung ang opening sa school is July, ang i-accept na ito nga mag-kindergarten will be learners who will turn 5 years old as of September 30. If the school opening is within August, learners who will turn 5 years old as of October 31. All right, now, karon kay September 13 man ang klase. Does it mean nga November pod ang cut-off? Central Office made mention and clarified that the cut-off shall be as of October 31, 2021. No? October 31, 2021. That's the cut-off age for our kindergarten. Right? And we are reminded of this, naka-highlight, strict implementation. All learners attended classes in kinder must be registered in the LIS and assigned a unique LRN. Isa lang jud ka LRN, so yung balik-balikag enroll ang bata. Ang message lamang yun ani nga ginahatag sa atua is we have to be very careful in enrolling our learners para dili mag-double LRN, dili ta mag-merge og LRN, dili ta magka-problema when it comes to checking of forms. Dili ta mag-problema kay di ta ka-finalize kinaay mga data nga mali-mali. Actually, the fault really started at the school level. Kana pa lang pag-enroll sa bata. So pag-enroll pa lang yun sa bata, we have to be very careful, get hold of the permanent documents, legal documents, as your basis in enrolling the learner in the system. So be reminded of DepEd Order number 3, particularly paragraph 6, which says there should only be one LRN, a unique LRN, that will be assigned to one learner. Then DepEd Order number 3 also made mention of special cases. Dili na lang nako ni isa-isahon because this was discussed by National Office and we have requested you have to view the recorded video for you to be enlightened of the enrollment procedures and policies para madungog jud ninyo straight from the mouth of the personnel coming from the central office kung unsa jud dapat ang policy that we are going to adopt and to observe in this enrollment procedures. So we have the special cases, kung kanang mangutana na mo unsay document, kani wala ni nga document, pero magpa-enroll, please naa dinhi nga presentation, nara na siya sa DepEd Order 3 Series 2018. Nadiha ang mga answer for some special cases. Now let's talk about documentary requirements. It says, in the absence of the PSA birth certificate, ayun jud kay taga-stricto daw aning PSA birth certificate, because in DepEd Order number 3 it says, pwede mag-submit si parent or guardian og birth certificate from the local civil registrar, dawato na to na, ayaw ta mag-stricto kaayo nga katudyon sa PSA. Pwede ang baptismal certificate or kung maskin baptismal certificate wala, barangay certification for the meantime will do, containing the basic information of the child if the learner is not yet registered. No? So that's the reminder, and it's there spelled out in DepEd Order number 3 Series 2018 on documentary requirements. So DO 58 Series 2017 also reiterates that the birth certificate shall be an attachment to the learner's permanent record. This one is given to us as a reminder kay naa day mga reklamo maabot sa central office, maabot yun sa central office, gud ni mga reklamo nga dili i-release sa originating school ang mga attachment like birth certificate. You have already heard in the series of orientation that we are conducting na kung mag-transmit ta og requirements sa mga bata, sabay jud siya sa SF10 or Form 137 ang iyahang birth certificate. Ayaw siya ipabilin diya sa inyong school. And sabay siya ipadala ng photocopied legal document. The next one, for new records, balik-aral, or with enrollment with gap in our LIS history, this is subject to division planning and research review and evaluation. Meaning, we cannot arbitrarily approve your request, kanang manawag mo palihug approve, without the document. Kaya unsa may basis na mo, you have to submit your document, upload the document in the division LIS ticketing system for us to download the scanned copy of the documents of the learners and evaluate the documents. Evaluation will not be simply glancing at the document without considering the assessment guidelines. So, kanang mag-evaluate mig documents, it will take time, lalo na if the issue is on grades. Kung refer pa yung taon mis taga CID, so dayon taon mo kasuko, kung dili dayon ma-actionan kay we are not experts when we talk of assessment. We have to coordinate with our education supervisors, with the CID, with our chiefs, as to what should be the next step that we are going to undertake. Kung amo bang i-approve or among i-disapprove. Kung naka-align ba siya sa policies. No, we have to ensure as well na wala gyud ni i-violate na policy. Please do remember, school heads, our dear school heads, our supervisors, na dili lang ni basta-basta mag-click og approve or disapprove without ensuring nga amo ang gi-comply gyud ang mga existing policies. By the way, ang atong system, the LIS, is compliant, is in parallel to whatever policies gina-issue ang sa DepEd Central Office. So dili mi pwede basta-basta mo approve sa grade 2, nga wala ni agi og grade 1. No, but wala na nainganang mga style karon. It's all in the system. Okay, so that's documentary requirements. Then another policy that we would like to stress and we would like to emphasize and reiterate is the transfer of credential. In these pandemic times, ang scanned image copy of Form 137 for outgoing grade 6, katong moadto og junior high. And the SF10 for outgoing grade 10, katong moadto og senior high, together with the attachments, take note, can now be an option or alternative to hard copy provided, so naay condition, pwede nga dili na gyud ingon nga ipasa gyud nato ang hard copy, mag-xerox jud si grade 6, si school head of the elementary, i-xerox jud niya mga Form 137, i-xerox jud ni principal of the grade 10 ang tanang nga SF10 niya. So natay 500 ka bata, pati daghanay inyong i-xerox, no? Ipadala dito sa receiving school, kung asa siya mag-senior high, kung asa siya mag-junior high. Pwede siya dili na yung anak yun, na the physical or the hard copy document. Pwede karon ang scan or image copy, provided visible siya, and provided nga ang grades by learning area or quarter are completed. Meaning, dili ka tong kuris-kuris inyong ginahatag ba? Accomplished yun siya tanan. Walay box nga na-miss. So, walay mga relevant boxes nga na-mix dito sa mga SF10 or Form 137. Another condition, allowed ang image or scan copy, provided nga ang permanent record is duly signed by the advisor and the school head. No, kanang duha mo ay nakasign. And another one, provided you use your official school DepEd email following the naming convention, school ID at deped.gov.ph. So that's for both schools, both the originating, asa nagikan, and the receiving schools. So kanang mga pangalan diya, ipang bali-bali, yung mga yahoo.com, gmail.com, dili na ipoprocess sa amua ang inyuhang mga requests. Even sa LIS, starting school year 2021-2022, we already received the memo coming from central office giving us signal na dili na namo i-process ang mga online request gikan sa isa ka email ad nga dili official school DepEd email. Right? So I hope inyuha na i-implement because inyuha gining i-observe because again, ang pag-process sa request nato karon will be based on the following conditions. Okay? So I hope nasabtan nato na. A kinder completer who opted to transfer to another school may also send the scanned or image copy of the certificate or other credential like atong ECCD checklist, kindergarten progress report, and other credentials pertaining to a kindergarten completer. So pwede na po ang scanned copy. Again, i-follow lang yun ng conditions na diya sa taas, the first 3 conditions. Same is true with our ALS portfolio assessment certificate and other pertinent documents for ALS may also be sent through official email issued by central office. So this is for our counterpart sa ALS. I'm mentioning ALS but it doesn't mean kami sa planning and research ang mo process sa ALS. Ang counterpart na mo ron na maglihok ani will be our division ALS focal person, our division EPS for us. Sila ang mo process ana. Ours is for public, private, SUC's formal education. So that's transfer of credentials. Another one. Since we are now in the enrollment period, we have to observe this. We don't have to be strict on the documentary requirements because it says for this school year, the deadline for the submission of the documentary requirements like the SF10 with the attached birth certificate required under Section 5-A of the Fed Order Number 3 Series 2018. Again, DO3 Series 2018 is our omnibus policy on enrollment, shall be deferred to December 2021. So this shall apply in both public and private schools. Okay, so please give us a feedback kung may mga private schools na dili mudawat og enrollment kay walay documentary requirement. We have here the guideline na pwede i-defer ang documentary requirement until rapod siya December 2021. Why is that so? Because we are just following we are just implementing, we are just trying to be compliant of the Fed Order Number 3 Series 2018, which is our basic education enrollment policy. In this DepEd Order Number 3 Series 2018, it says nga ang cut-off is on or before August 31 of the current school year. Dapat mahatag na ang documentary requirement. Now, this August 31, katuning the norm, the usual, June mag-start ang klase. Now, mag-start ang September, that is why i-defer nila to December 2021. This means that on January 2022, we have to prepare a list of the learners na walay documentary requirements. So starting this school year, we will collect the list of learners na wala pa'y na-submit na documentary requirements sa inyuha. No? Ang list will not mean nga kami karon ang magkolekta ha, because remember DepEd Order number 60 Series 2016 ug DepEd Order 54 Series 2016 which says ang transaction is school to school. Walay division to school din ha. Transaction when it comes to transfer of credential is school to school. Dili pwede gani parent, dili pwede ang bata. No? So kana siya, school to school siya. Mukolekta lang ni just to provide assistance sa inyuha para pagkolekta sa mga assistance lang, just to remind the concerned school, lalo na if within the division lang. Or to seek assistance from other division. Kung from other division manggali na, awa pa yun kahatag og document. Or from other region. Seek lang og tabang. Seek lang, mag-request lang yun og kanang tabang from the division office. But it doesn't mean kami ang mukuha sa credential. Because again, that's your responsibility. So this one will be implemented this school year 2021-2022. Starting January, mag-collecta nami sa list. Mag-prepare mi customized template ani, mag-collect na mi sa list sa mga bata nga walay mga permanent record. Sige lang, amo lang gyapon ni through digital or virtual platform. Again, our aim is just to help you or assist you in the preparation of your school forms para pag-abot sa checking of forms wala na kaayo mo'y concern. All right. Then remember some policies which will balance the enrollment policy. I-balance to mean mag-istrikto ta sa guidelines, but we have to ensure that we are also providing education to the learner in compliance to our constitutional mandate. No? So with that, for those walay mga documents, no, kung dili sila ka-submit as of December 31, 2021, the following month or the following year, pagka January 2022, no, remember school heads, pagka January 2022, you have to let the parents execute affidavit of undertaking. Balik na naman yung istorya sa inyo ha. Affidavit of undertaking. Kana siya ang i-accomplish ni parent, pero iyang ipasabot kung unsay unod anang affidavit of undertaking because matuod na siya nga si parent mo promise nga paningkamutan niya that within the school year ihatag jud niya or makuha niya ang permanent record sa bata from the previous school, lalo na sa mga transferees and balik-aral. So ayo lang po ingon nga papirma ha nga dili ninyo pasabton. Please, ipasabot sa mga parents unsay content anang affidavit of undertaking. Okay, so pirmahan na ni parent, i-attest na ni parent, mo-attest ko diha si class advisor. So naay mga conditions diha sa affidavit of undertaking. So, kanang mga nag-execute og affidavit of undertaking, ang mga bata nga naay affidavit of undertaking are the learners which we will tag, who will be tagged as temporarily enrolled. Temporarily enrolled means walay record, walay credentials. Okay? Now, what will happen kung nahuman na ang first grading period? Wala ra gihapon iyang document. Nahuman na ang second grading period, wala paghihapon iyang document. School heads, please, ang ipagamit nato karon nga SF9, ang i-release nato nga SF9 will be the temporary progress report card. Naapod na siya sa DepEd Order number 3 Series 2018. And ginabalik-balik po na mo nag-discuss sa inyo ha. Yet pag abot sa checking, daghan lang gihapon kay tag concerns ani. Kay inyong gigamit ang official one. So ang atong gamiton to record the performance of the temporarily enrolled learners will be our TPRC or our temporary progress report card, which the format or template is just found in Annex 4 of DepEd Order number 3, Series 2018. Okay? So we do hope na with this orientation, dili maabot sa panahon nga mag-end of school year 21-22 na, ay pamahibawan na wala di ay affidavit of undertaking, wala di ay nag-issue temporary progress report card sa mga bata nga walay credentials. So we do hope nga to our participants today, please explain to our class advisors who will be assessing the documents this procedure. Inyuha na gyud in tawo ng responsibility. Okay? So that's temporarily enrolled. It says here in my presentation, particularly the last line, that education is free. Yes, education is free, but documentation is evidence-based as prescribed by the policy. So, pwede pa dayon ang bata o eskwela, but it doesn't mean na we do away with the documentation because, as mentioned, evidence-based based on the policy. So, if ang issue is on financial obligation, lalo na if you have transferees coming from private school, wala gid tayo mahimo ana because private schools also have their own policies as governed by their BODs, no? Na dili jud pwede jud nila dili i-release, not pwede. Dili jud nila di ay i-release ang permanent record sa bata unless ma-settle ang financial obligation. So if ni-transfer na sa public school without the permanent record, dili na to ipugo si private school kung ang issue is financial unsettled financial accounts, no? Kung kana ang issue, dili gyud nato mapugo si private school. Dawaton lang nato ang bata, tagaan lang gihapon siya og free education, but ang document or permanent record will be released once settled na ang iyahang financial obligation. Pag settled na, that's the time that you will issue the official forms like the official card, SF9, the official permanent record, or SF10. Ang downside lang yun aning temporarily enrolled. Maskin pa og excellent ang performance sa bata, dili siya pwede matagaan og academic awards. No, maskin pa og performing ang bata. Basta temporarily enrolled, deprived siya of awards, deprived siya anang i-declare siya nga graduate, deprived siya anang i-declare siya as completer. So please ipasabot sa ginikanan kung unsay mga consequences. And kaya nga I've made mention a while ago nga even if it's not our responsibility, but we will try to help you karong after the cut-off sa submission sa credentials, we'll try to help you in assessing the list of learners na wala pag yung mga SF10. Kung unsa di problema o unsay pwede nato matabang. Okay, so that's it. So that's for transfer credentials. Another one nga gusto gyud ipa-emphasize ni Director Masapol is kaning issue on tracking or the confirmation of trans-in, trans-out, and drop-out. Before the end of school year, katong before July 16, actually, I received a long list of schools na wala jud nag-confirm sa ilahang mga learners na October 2020 pa na-enroll, na in November na-enroll. But then wala gipang confirm kung i-trans-out, wala gi-decline kung angay man i-decline, wala gi-declare kung NLPA or no longer participating in school. Thus, naatay problema sa ato ang tracking system. Instead nga ang LIS can now provide us accurate information, lalo na sa mga transferees, pwede na unta dili sa gyud makahatag og hard copy documents. Maski unta dili pa ma-view ang permanent record, kung in place lang ning tracking system, pwede na didto pa lang sa tracking system you can view kung angay ba i-enroll ang bata or dili. However, daghan pa kaayong mga challenges, no? Daghan pang challenges. Like, I proceed na lang to the challenges of the tracking system. Among the challenges are the following. We have schools take some time in enrolling a transferred learner in the system. Naana sa inyo ang bata, pero dugay-dugayon pag yun in taon og enroll. Kay naa nang at the back of our mind, we have that notion na ay baka mo drop out ni, affected akong performance. So affected ang performance, but affected na ron ang the whole educational records. Nationwide na ang problemado. Dili na accurate ron ang ato ang records nga naa sa LIS. So they want first to observe the attendance performance of the learner. Kay kung baka mo undang, dili na niya i-count, dili niya i-enroll. And in our division, mao gyud na ang common namong madawat nga problema. Daliun na ra ba dayon mig pa-approve diri sa division. Didto ra ba gyud sa time nga hapit na mag-close ang system. Daliun na mi kay ilan na dayon gi-enroll. Kay di I.T.O nalimtan, wala jud nila gi-enroll kay walay document. Kay karon dugay na nagstay ang bata na nay assurance na sa ilahan na gyud ay pa i-enroll. So please, if the learner has already retrieved the module from you, the parent has already received the module from you, that already signals na eskwela na ang bata sa inyo ha, or ni-transfer na sa inyo ha. Kung ni-transfer na, please confirm in the LIS. And to our dear school heads, palihog lang, move on na ta, kalimtan na nato tong traditional way nga maghulat patag hard copy request letter for those mga nag-transferred out. Please wala na jud na. Since 2016 wala na po mga dear school heads, wala na siya nga practice. The LIS will serve as the platform for our transfer facilities. Okay? Sige. So that's one challenge. Another one, some private schools intentionally delay the confirmation of transfer to force the parent to settle unpaid financial obligations. So this is really true. Pero pasabton lang nato gyud nga kung i-click nila ang confirmation sa ato ang system, dili buot pasabot nga na-release ng SF10. Dili pud buot pasabot nga official enrollee na siya sa public school kay na-confirm. Mahimo siyang official enrollee the moment ma-receive ninyo ang permanent record sa bata. So, pasabot lang yun. Pasabot lang sa mga private schools. Another one, some schools do not check regularly the transfer request pending in their account. This is really true, as manifested by so many requests for resetting of passwords nga mo ang ma-receive in a day. Pag magpa-reset mo, makita man guna na mo kanus amo last nag-login. So please do not tell us na nagtanaw man ko. Because naagi mi makita, Ma'am Jen, naagi mi makita tag 6 months, 7 months, idle. Meaning wala jud give you ang system. So walay confirmation, walay action. Pag diha nang mag-checking, ay ha pa mag-cramming. So daily ni dapat na to i-open through the assistance of our School Planning and Research Coor or LIS System Coor. No, please. Pero ang pinaka dapat mo view ani our school heads. Kay sila man jud ang naay responsibility in the managing of records of the learners. So that's it. Those are the challenges. So with that, I'll proceed to the remote monitoring of Upland Balik Eskwela. So ang monitoring karon dili na on-site, pwede na siya remote as articulated in DepEd Order 32 Series 2018. In compliance to that DepEd Order, we also have our draft memo now to be reviewed by our chief and to be forwarded to our SDS on the conduct of the remote monitoring and how we are going to gather information pertaining to Upland Balik Eskwela activities. Actually, we just prepared a Google form where we are going to conduct monitoring on enrollment activities for this school year. So this is the first section of our remote monitoring with the instruction, with the privacy notice. Next is the school ID. Kani ang suguon nato palihog mag-encode kanang kabalo pud sa atong school ID in our observation sa kadaghan ng Google links that we created and sa kadugay na sa school ID daghan paghihapon magkasayop-sayop. Daghan ra jud gihapon kung dili na mo isa-isahon og check now mamali gyud og consolidate sa report. So pirmi na mo ma-experience. So we have the school ID, you give the school ID, the school name, all in capital letter ang instruction. Then district, incorporate na diha ang na-redistrict. So you just choose the appropriate district. Then municipality where you belong, so we can immediately consolidate the data by municipality. And within municipality, we have the district by district report. Then the name of school head in all caps. email address. Email address should be the official email ad katong giingon ni Sir Jekyll para ma-implement na nato ang SSO or single sign-on katong atong DepEd official email ad. We will no longer accept responses diri outside of the organization, meaning outside of DepEd katong at yahoo.com, at gmail.com. Ang i-accept diri ron will be katulang at deped.gov.ph. Then the contact number of school head. Then we also have the messenger name or the chat name so that we have options. If we cannot contact you through your number, baka pwede ma-contact through chat, through messenger. So kindly provide us with your chat name. If you are not into Facebook, you don't have account in the messenger, then required ra ba na din ha, just indicate none para maka-proceed ta sa next section. The next one, in the remote monitoring, it says we have to gather data on the enrollment strategies adopted by your school. So we populated options, like for example, kung nag-face-to-face, choose lang kung namoy booth within the school premise or outside. Kung both, then you can choose both. If outside the school premises, you have to indicate kung asa nakabutang, asa mo nag-set up sa inyuhang booth, whether sa purok, sa barangay hall, or in other areas. If it's in other areas like church, stores, hotels, please specify, right? Because we need that in the processing of our reports. Another one, if remote ang conduct sa enrollment, then you have to tick whatever is appropriate, whatever is adopted or are adopted by the school. No? Pwede ka na tanan, pwede isa lang. Okay? Next, central office would also like to monitor what are the advocacy materials that you prepared. So naka-populate po diha ang advocacy materials that we were able to think of, like tarpaulin leaflets, video materials, announcements sa FB page, announcements sa GCs, radio, TV, and etc. The next section is on the data gathering method pertaining to what health protocols you have accomplished. So again, nakapopulate lang diha, choose whatever ang inyuhang i-establish. Then the next one, you have to indicate the name of the school planning and research coordinator. We need this for us to assign them in the LIS for beginning of school year. Para pag ma-open na ang module, dili na ta magsigig problema, di lagi may ka-access, di lagi siyang naka-assign. So with this early information, pwede na namo ma-assign ang mga planning and research core in the system. And in assigning them, please dili ra ba ni dali, we need their information, correct information, like correct spelling of their names, kay ginapangayo na sa system. Magmali lang na din ha, dili na namo ma-search ilahang name. So, and all the other information being asked, including the name of the school enrollment focal person with all the information being asked, the name of the grade level enrollment chair from kindergarten ni hantod sa senior high. Now, if you noticed in the screen, wala na mo gi-require because again, this one is applicable to medium, large, very large schools. So we have a number of schools para ba with only one section in a grade level. So dili ato ni pwede i-require. Right? Sige. So that's it. That's up until the last section. The last section which talks about the MOVs or the screenshots. This is for documentation purposes. MOVs or screenshots of the OBE activities that you are implementing. You will be implementing, you are implementing this time. So, nakaano ni siya, up to 1 gig ni. So, kaya ang mga pictures ninyo diri, kaya ang inyong video, if you have, please upload. So, we can also share to central office our practices, our advocacy materials, whatever our OBE activities na di-implement this time, even if we are in health crisis. So, actually, that's the last part of our OBE monitoring. Right, so this system or this one will be open up until September 13. September 13. Okay, that's the end of our Oplan Balik Eskwela. On September 14, our Google form will be closed. So please ensure that you can submit your You can accomplish this Google form on or before September 13 at 5 p.m. Okay, so thank you so much and stay safe and healthy, everyone. God bless. I'm done, Sir Lloyd. Thank you. Hello, Sir Lloyd.
Hi, Bing.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
much,
sir.
Thank you very
Sige,
much
Lloyd.
for your presentation. Yes, sir. Wala.
Lloyd, daghang nag-raise og hands.
For a while lang sila kay naghang ako ang All right, so this time we will entertain clarifications, questions from the presentation of Ma'am Bay. So let's
Yes,
now
ma'am.
have Sir Dennis.
By the way, we would like to extend our gratitude to the comprehensive presentation of Bay regarding enrollment school year 2021-2022.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Mambe, I just want to clarify about the status of the early registration or quick count. Kasi
quick count, sir, quick count.
Quick count.
Opo.
Kasi ang Imelda district since Monday, I think almost all already responded or updated our quick count in the LES quick count in the
Yes, sir.
LIS.
Mm-mm.
So bakit walang wala sa monitoring ninyo?
Yes, sir. Wala siya, sir, in the system. Since August 16, nag-monitor me. Sigurado, sir, na nag-upload na sila?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sigurado. Kasi even our school, Imelda National High School, already uploaded.
Sige, sir. Can we ask for a screenshot? Pwede i-PM lang, sir, dito sa ato ang group chat in the LIS. So we can send to central office. Kay it's not us in the division who is managing the system, Raba, sir. It's central. And in our dashboard, until now, it's 0. Kaya nag-worry mi gamay. Sige, sir, please give us a feedback through providing us a screenshot na naka-submit na ta, naka-upload ta. So I can immediately contact Sir Jonas or anyone from the central office after takaron mag-DIMANCOM para makahatag dahin kong immediate feedback sa inyo, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Dance, for that feedback.
For same with other school heads, who has having the same concern, all you have to do as instructed by our SEPs for planning, you have to take screenshot of all your report that was submitted as a proof that you have actually submitted your quick count. Thank you. Sige, Lloyd, any other concern?
We have another clarifications from Ma'am Rimotige. Ma'am Elizabeth, do you have a concern?
Thank you.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You may go ahead.
Same namin ni Sir Dennis, pero ako lang basig nasayop lang si Ma'am Bay, kay ang na-present niya is magud to early registration, dili man LES quick count. Ma'am Bay, kay kami pod naka-input pod mi sa system.
Ma'am, murag pinasayop, nag-open mi karon.
Katong ganina bitaw present, ma'am, murag quick count magud to early enrollment.
Ma'am, sa amo ang dashboard, ma'am, ang tawag sa iya, ma'am, is early registration. And when we click early registration, we will be directed to a page nga LES quick count.
Okay.
Early reg kasi gihapon siya matawag, ma'am. It's an extended early registration.
Okay po. Sige mo screenshot na lang ni ma'am. Thank you
Yes,
po, Sir
ma'am.
Lloyd.
Screenshot, ma'am, para ako ma-send immediately to central office, to OPS, para makita nila, ma'am. Baka naalang yung system glitch or baka na ay system bug. Sige.
Alright.
In addition to that, na ay nag-PM karon, nag-send sila og summary matrix in Excel. Kanang summary matrix, it will not be considered as our official report, as ang kana siya is just a tool na inyong gamiton as basis to encode the data in the LIS. No? So na nag-send man gud ron diri mga proof nga naka-Excel, dili ni siya mao, ang atong gihisgutan is really the LIS. You access the LIS, open your account, provide the information, the summary by table, and then you click save. Okay, so kato siya. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much, Ma'am Bay. And we have another one, Sir Rolando Chavez, sir.
Good, Ma'am Bay. Just a clarification regarding the roles and responsibilities. Katubang katong function sa class advisors gikan sa SAF o sa to sa school enrollment focal person.
Yes, sir.
Naglibog ko dito, ma'am, kay ang una nimong istorya at the start is it will be the teachers or the class advisors who are going to perform the accomplishment of the MEL is the form. Pero dito sa imong gi-present mura man tog ang focal person na mo ay mag-accomplish.
Sir, there are two options in the enrollment. One is remote, and the other one is ang face-to-face. Face-to-face through booths, through kiosk na itong i-set up. So katong gikan dito sa kiosk, ang mugather adto is the focal person.
Okay, ma'am.
Oo, dihatag niya sa class advisor. Pero if remote, dili na, sir, of course, kay direct naman kay class advisor. Opo. Depende siya, sir. The process depends on the enrollment strategy that you will be implementing, whether it's remote or face-to-face po.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have another one, Mr. Alberto Albaran, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Actually, I'm not raising my hand, pero ako na po na yung mga ngutanan na lang po ko. Kaya kanina pa man siguro na regarding the enrollment, no, it begins August 16 and will commence September 13. Does it mean, Ma'am Bay, nga after September 13, dili na may mo enroll kung may mga late enrollees?
After September 14, sir, we can still accommodate enrollees, but you are going to tag them as LE, late enrollee.
Okay. Sige. Si Ma'am Bay, thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all. So no.
Hello, Sir Lloyd. Dapat ako question, Sir Lloyd. Surabaya National High School.
Sige, sir. Sir Felix. Okay,
hello, good afternoon, everyone. Especially to Ma'am B.
Hi, good afternoon, Sir Felix.
Also, Surabaya National High School, madam. Nag-upload na po may gahapon o last Monday.
Sige, sir.
Enrollment. So,
Yes,
I already
sir.
instructed Mark to screenshot o then ipadala din sa inyo, ha?
Sige, sir. Salamat again sa feedback. Sige, sir, please, para daghan ang akong masend sa CO today.
Okay.
Sige po. Thank you. By the way, we will be sharing our template for the tarpaulin on the Oplan Balik Eskwela in case gusto lang po mo suwid. But anyway, giingnan man ta ni Director Masapol noon that we have to come up with our own. But then again, amo lang i-try and share sa inyo ha, if you would like also to copy the template of the Oplan Balik Eskwela tarpaulin. That is if wala pa tayo tarpaulin. We will be sharing that in our group chats. Thank you. And memo, by the way, memo also on the enrollment options, on the submission of our accomplishment of the monitoring, remote monitoring of Oplan Balik Eskwela, and the grant of service credits for those who will be managing of enrollment will follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Bay. So I guess there are no questions
Sir
anymore.
Lloyd? Sir Lloyd?
Yes.
Hello. I raised my hand. This is Ma'am Elisa Claudio.
Okay, Ma'am Ma'am
One
Elisa.
question lang, sir, for Ma'am Bay.
Sige po, Ma'am.
Okay, Ma'am Bay, this is in connection with the SDO monitoring, remote monitoring of our OBE activities.
Yes, ma'am.
Naalang ko inabasan ito that we'll have to furnish you data as to the profile of our katong school enrollment focal person, and then natay PNR or ba to siya, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay lang ba, ma'am? One and the same person lang, kasi I assigned our registrar being the admin of our LIS in Book National High School. Siya po akong gi-assign as PNR na lang o SEFP. Okay lang ba, Ma'am Bay?
Yes, ma'am. Okay lang po. If you feel nga he can deliver the function of the school planning and research activities.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am Bay, pwede pa?
Yes,
Mr.
Sir
Silva?
Des.
Muhatag lang po ko gamay nga kuan, ma'am, no, ang katubi taw sa LES quick count. Murag
Yes, sir.
nag-update sila og kuan day, ma'am, kanang unsa ni katong mga tables nila kay naa na male female katong gi-present, but last Monday wala man to. Siguro baka na-erase tong amo ang gi-submit kay nag-change man sila.
Actually, sir, mo na reply sa kuaron.
Okay.
Reply ng na mga system glitch as a result sa mga insertion daw sa mga data nga gusto pangayoon ni secretary. And as a result, murag nangawala ang mga data. So with that, they are asking for apology for the inconvenience brought about by the adjustments made in our learner information system. So please do check na lang. Anyway, at your level, makita man siya o na-register ba or wala. Kung nawala jud siya, so na ano jud siya, naapektuhan na siya sa pag-improve nila sa system, please na lang re-upload. Based on your current data. Current na nga data. Ang cumulative na nato nga enrollment. Thank you, Sir Dance.
Another, ma'am, regarding ba sa services of our teachers during kining enrollment, kasi daghan naman kayo ang daghan kayo gadungan nga mga activities na enrollment dayon printing of modules. I think ang printing of modules dili eligible for the granting of the service credits, pero ang early registration or kanang early enrollment murag eligible man siya, ma'am, no? And kung eligible, ang akong pangutana, pila ka days ang maximum that we can grant, or gikinahanglan ba pud na og request or dili na?
Sige, Sir Dance, I guess our schools division superintendent is the right person to respond to that. Ma'am Jen? Our superintendent or assistant superintendent, our chief. Hello po, ma'am. Hello, Sir Ads.
What was the concern gani, Bay, Sir Dan?
About sa kay vacation ang karon, sir, dayon about sa services of our teachers nga gikinahanglan jud kaayo. Like for example, printing of modules, dayon katong magman sa enrollment, mag-upload sa LIS, katong ingon nga mga focal persons, no, sa enrollment, especially kung big school, daghan man og mga kuan by grade level nga in charge. Although na ako yung mga sa among case na ay mga head teachers, pero dito man sila sa kanang mga mag-receive og enrollees sa kanang mga transferees, grade 7, grade 11. So kulang yun og mga tawo, and we need the services of our teachers. So ang question, can they be granted?
Yes, sir.
with
Yes, sir.
this
Actually, that's stipulated in DepEd Memorandum number 32 yata yun, Series 2003, that our teachers will be rendering services during long vacation or beyond school hours or weekends. They're entitled to be given service credits, but not to exceed 15 days a year.
Okay,
so
sir,
they're entitled
thank you.
as long as you will certify and submit the required documents for them to be their service credits or their services be accredited. So submit it at the division office.
Follow up lang, sir. In the
Yes.
conduct of early registration, naamang yun to kanang
naamang to siya, sir.
request, letter request.
Yes, sir.
For the granting of service credits for those who will render services during early registration. Now karon, ang kuan kay vacation dayon, nakinanglan pag yun mi og letter request or pwede na ang katong DepEd order nga ang among basis?
Ikuha na lang, sir. As kuha na lang ba? A form of request and then a letter, parang endorsement, and then attach the accomplished DTR. Ano lang, sir, I've been signing even mga previous years pa na request for parang accreditation or counting of their the services rendered as service credits. They were honored by the personnel. And pirmahan din ako na, sir.
Sige, sir, ako lang iklaro, sir, kay ang kada manggong usually ang request prior to the kanang actual services. So before siguro sila mukuan kinahanglan sayo earlier or karon or ugma magsabit nami og letter request.
Ano lang siguro
to i-attach sa pag na, sir?
Ano lang siguro, sir, naalay formal parang sa designation that you have identified and you tap the services of these teachers during teachers vacation para po parang certification that they are actually authorized to render that service.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Sige, sir, welcome.
As a rejoinder, sir, ads, anyway, mag-issue man ta og memo, sir. Wala pa mag-finalize ang memo, kaya still have to refer to the management, to sir ads, to Ma'am Parliament, and also to the admin personnel kung unsay mga dapat ibutang nato dito ng mga provisions to capture dito, sir.
Yes, Bay. Thank you for preparing the memo. Sige.
Hello, sir.
Any more question, Lloyd?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I'd like to add.
Yes.
They can actually quote DepEd Order number 53 Series 2003.
53 dito.
Yes, sir.
Bali dito nga ako 35 na ako namin.
Series 2003.
Yes, 2003. Correct, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Grace.
And for Ma'am Grace, how about for the non-teaching personnel and the teaching-related principals and
non-teaching
HTs?
as kuan,
non-teaching
existing
can have
procedure.
CTO.
Lang sila.
CTO.
CTO.
Yes, sir. CTO.
And we will also quote DepEd Order 32, sir. Can I mention man siya, DepEd Order 32 and DepEd Order 3, Series 2018.
Correct.
Salamat kaayo.
Welcome. Sige, let's proceed. Para di kayo mahapnan. Napa si ma'am. Lloyd?
Yes, sir. There are no questions anymore. There are no raising of hands. So, okay na po, sir.
So, this time,
Oh, no.
si Ma'am Angie, na pa, sige, last na lang so that we can give the floor to our superintendent. Ma'am Angie, please say your queries.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone in this virtual room. Na ako question kayo, Ma'am Be, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
This is regarding the temporary enrollment of our ALS learner, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You made mention in our previous DIMANCOM that learners, our ALS can be temporarily enrolled, but they cannot proceed to the higher grade level if they cannot present the ALS certificate of rating, ma'am. But
yes,
until this point in time, our ALS learners do not have yet the certificate of rating. So, but then it was also mentioned during the ITB Live on National Orientation sa enrollment guide, ma'am, na we have to provide education to our learners from K to 12. Does it mean to say, ma'am, that we can enroll our grade 11 learners to grade 12?
Okay, sige ma'am Angie, thank you for that. But atong i-clarify, ma'am, ha, we have to provide free education to them without compromising the policies, ma'am. No, without compromising the policy. So we have to conform with the existing policy and we have to be evidence-based. With regards to ALS, COR to primero, ma'am, katong giingon nila nga naiikandak nga exam. Since wala jud nagkandak og exam because of this pandemic, there was an issue once, ang pinaka-expert jud ani ma'am ang taga-ALS jud. There was an issue once, it's a joint memorandum yata to, nag-mention ni Sir Gabin sa MUA, which says in the absence of the certificate of rating, ALS portfolio assessment will replace the COR. So but then dili mi kabalo unsa na unod ana ma'am, please ask your ALS coordinator. So in lieu of the exam, pending exam, supposed to be conduct sa BEA, ALS portfolio assessment ang gamiton, ma'am. So katunay po dayon atong gamiton nga document para dili na sila mahimong temporarily enrolled.
Thank you, Ma'am Be.
Salamat po, Angie.
Hello, Ma'am Be.
Yes, Ma'am Niels.
This is in relation with the query of Ma'am Angie regarding the ALS. Kami diri, ma'am, ang gihatag sa ALS, there was a template presented to us. Then, instead of having that examination, kaya wala man yung exam, no, may assessment, na ato'y percentage dito sa portfolio submitted by the learner o ang grado diri sa school, then dunay percentage i-compute ko siya, then that will form the final grade of the learner. Oo, sila ang nagkakatubuan.
Yes, ma'am. Muna nang based sa ALS portfolio assessment. So, ang taga-ALS yun ang kabaluan. Ma'am Ange, connect na lang please sa taga-ALS. Salamat, Ma'am Niels.
Okay.
Yes, Ma'am Be. Thank you very much.
Baby.
Ay, yes, Ma'am Neng. Yes po, Ma'am Neng.
Nasa Sir Judito, sa ganito'y pangutana sa ALS?
ALS portfolio assessment, ma'am.
Na yun?
Ma'am Angie, sa itong concern?
Sorry, diri wala kayo mga ipadulong.
Ay, good afternoon, ma'am. Kay kuan man good, ma'am, daghan mi og ALS learners, especially sa grade 11. And tag man na sila as temporarily enrolled, kay wala pa man na good sila na-assess. So, wala pa sila certificate ika-present sa AMUA. So, temporarily enrolled man sila, ma'am, last school year, ang advice is, dili sila ka-proceed sa higher grade level kung dili pa sila maka-present sa ilang rating na makapasa sila. Pero we have to provide man free education up to grade 12. So, ma-enroll na namo sila, ma'am, sa grade 12. Temporary ra gihapon.
Sir Jude. Dili ka, Sir Jude.
Ma'am Angie.
Yes, sir.
Today, nana ang mga ALS teachers gadto sa mga schools para madala na ang master list bearing the certificate, portfolio certificate number nga mao'y basis sa pag sa LIS sa inyong pending.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am Angie. Naroon ang mga ALS, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Naminaw po, sir.
Ang mga ALS na to ron, ALS teachers, nakadto na sila sa mga bata nga na-enroll grade 7 o grade 11 para ang ilang pending ma-answer na. Kuhan mo ko na siya, Ma'am Angie. Primero nga joint memorandum, mo na problema kay pending gyapon mo tong ang central office naghimo og lain nga template para makuha na siya sa LIS.
Salamat, Sir Jude. Salamat, Ma'am Neng. So, Ma'am Angie, the moment pa-receive to ninyo, ma'am, i-attach to siya sa permanent record sa bata, and then you scan it and upload in the LIS ticketing system so that that document will be our basis in giving proper action in your online pending request. Salamat.
Okay. Ang kuan, Ma'am B, ang iyahang control number sa ilahang portfolio certificate bearing the number of the CLC year o ang ilahang sequential number assigned by the IPSA.
Okay, sige po, sir. So, kato nga certificate, sir, mo ilahang i-upload sa ticketing system, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige, sir. Salamat, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay na, wala na. So, silence means none. So, let me now present to you the next item. Yes, ma'am.
Akong ICT core.
Pardon?
Na-concern, sir, among ICT core bahin sa try na, sir. Ako lang i-clarify kung
Okay, ma'am.
okay.
Uy, nabot lagi dayon ka. Nabot lagi dayon ka.
Please mute.
Hindi ay. Okay na.
Si ID.
Ambot, pasabot.
Sige, please proceed.
Please proceed. Mangutana ta mi sir bahin kaning sa LIS bitaw katong quick count.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa kuan sa site maning try unta ami ba nga mag-enroll karong adlaw, mag-submit sa amo ang data sa katong na-enroll namo as of karong adlaw. Then naalang may concern sir bahin aning ubang mga kuan cells diri, for example kaning sa D1 ba to siya? 2. Kaning sa D1 sir, kani bitang number of learners in a household including the enrollee studying school year 2021-2022. Ini lagi butang namo sir no, lahi lagi ang mugawas nga kuan sir, total.
Sige, ma'am.
Nga number.
Ma'am, screenshot po, ma'am, please. Then i-send dito sa GC kasi pa yatag enhance until now ang CO sa system. As what I've mentioned ganina kay Sir Dennis. So mga part na sa system glitch. So any mga unusual nga mga ma-experience ninyo when you encode the report in the LIS, please provide us with a screenshot, give a little brief description and send in our official GC sa LIS po. Sige ma'am, salamat. So para makaproceed na po kay si Ma'am Aleman Narabang next. Thank you.
Ora ta itong question.
Okay na, Bay, wala na. Lloyd, I will proceed before the presentation of our superintendent. Let me present to everyone the Enhanced Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan template or format for school year 2021-2022. Okay na? So this was pursuant. Makita na ako. By the way, makita ninyo akong presentation?
Yes, sir. Okay na po, sir. Makita na po.
Okay. Naka full screen na siya?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's my honor to present to you the template for and the rationale as required by the regional office on the Enhanced Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, BLCP, for ISOY 2021-2022. This is pursuant to Regional Memorandum Number 319 Series 2021, entitled Adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, BLCP, with Plan Adjustment for school year 2021-2022 in light of COVID-19 public health emergency. I'd like to request all our school heads to listen because as per instruction from our superintendent, all schools, both elementary and secondary, will enhance your BALCP. So as pursuant to this memorandum, with reference to DepEd Order number 12 Series 2020, signed by our secretary regarding adoption of basic education BLCP for ISOY 2020-21 in light of COVID-19 public health emergency.
Saan eh?
Lloyd? Lloyd?
Yes, ma'am. Nawala man si Sir Ado, ma'am.
Puli ko. Hello, everyone. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry tayo. Again, another problem arise, no? Nawala na naman ang aking connection. Sorry. So, just to continue with my presentation, I am presenting to you the prescribed, no, the template that is provided by the regional office for the preparation, no, of your enhanced BELCP as required by our superintendent, that all of you schools should also prepare your enhanced BELCP as required, no, because for us to be guided, we need to have a Bible, no, a guide as we are about to begin another school year, and we should be guided because we are still in the midst of the pandemic, and we need to establish now all the plans, now strategies, interventions for us to still be able to deliver quality education, quality, relevant, liberating education for our learners despite the pandemic. Can you see my screen?
Wala, sir. Wala.
Teka
wala.
lang.
Wala, sir.
Ayaw mag... Sorry mga kapatid. Pasensya talaga, ayaw makakuan. Dili man makasulod ang ako ang presentation. Sandali ha. Kana mga igsoon, nakita na? Hello? Hello everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Makita na, sir.
Makita na?
Okay, sir. Kita na, sir.
Kana.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, thank you so much. Very good. So, as presented a while ago, no, this is our legal basis. This is the regional memorandum issued by the regional office, signed by our new regional director. And on your screen, makita nyo, Annex A, this is now the template of the Enhanced Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or BLCP, for school year 2021-2022. Makita nyo? Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
visible.
So,
Yes, sir.
of course, no, mayroong cover
Wala,
page
sir.
that contains the, wala. Anyway, I will just send to you the presentation, no? Baka loading, mahina lang talaga ang signal. So, of course, there is a cover page, no? Contains the title, your DepEd or division logo, then the name of school head. Then there are 5 chapters. So for chapter 1, it is entitled Prelude. No? So there is a question, what is the scenario of the implementation of BLCP for school year 2020-2021? So what are the scenarios, no? The situations last school year? Then what are the gaps, challenges encountered in the implementation of BLCP last school year? So just to get or to present the actual scenario, the situation during the implementation of your BLCP last school year. Then what are the education response? How did you respond, no, to the challenges or gaps you have encountered So this will present your initiatives, strategies, no, on all other activities that serves as a response, no, to address gaps and challenges. Then what is the strategic direction in line with the implementation of BLCP 2021-2022? So we have our common, no, strategic direction, and I will present that direction later. And that is contained in chapter 2. So chapter 2 is the framework. So this is the presentation of the indicative targets in the framework, discussion of the process or process delivery, process in quality, and process in assessment, and includes monitoring and evaluation system. Okay, so can you see that framework? And so on. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Makita ninyo?
Yes, sir.
That is our localized. Actually, that was created by parang concerted effort of the top management or the schools divisions of SDS and ESDS of Region 9. Pero nag-enhance tayo, no? Nag-enhance tayo ng nito, no? So this is now our adapted framework. So we started with our school or district division situational analysis. So that refers to our SWOT, no, analysis at the school level, district, and division. So identify your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Then analyze the situation, no? And then you will present there you will come up with from that situation you will come up your BALCP. So that is anchored on data analytics, no, or supported by data analytics, learning modalities and funding requirements, assessment, evaluation, transition plan. So that is under K-12 curriculum, and that this is one of the pillars for sulong edukalidad, no? K-12 curriculum, improvement of learning environment, teacher or personal upskilling and reskilling. Then engagement of stakeholders. So yun kanina sa K-12 curriculum, no? Under improvement of learning environment, we need to establish the health protocols, no, and the health equipment or provision of equipment and facilities that will ensure safety, well-being, and health of our teachers and staff, including our learners and parents in school. And of course, for our teachers, we provide the for upskilling and reskilling, no? We provide training and technical assistance and coaching plan. So as input to sulong edukalidad, no? Then engagement with the stakeholders engagement support and support, then community advocacy plan. These are plans, no, how we will address or come up with strategies to address the gaps, challenges that we can encounter as we implement our learning continuity plan. And the expected output, of course, no, after doing all the monitoring and evaluation on the process of the implementation, is that it will redound or will result, no, ultimately to the development of 21st century learners who are problem solvers, critical thinkers, developing communication skills, no, learners who are creative, innovative, having life and career skills, and learners who are values driven. So that this is the framework, no, the overall picture of our how we are going to do about implement, prepare, integrate all the strategies, plans, and with integration of monitoring and evaluation to make sure that we have effectively delivered quality, relevant, and liberating education for our learners. And for chapter 3, which is entitled the dashboard, it is composed of 3 parts. So at our level, that's the division situation. But at the school level, chapter 3, the dashboard will be the school situational, composed of school situational analysis. No? So number 1 table that we will present, because our regional director is very particular of data, that all your programs, plans, activities, whatever plans you have should be data driven, hindi lang basta-basta na lang ginawa. So this the table below, that's table 1, presents the enrollment by grade, level, and sex. That's for the previous school year. I-change na lang, this table can be changed, can be modified, for applicable for elementary, secondary, and even for our SPED centers. So categorize the enrollment should be categorized by sex, male and female, with percentage. So kaya yan, kuha na lang, suit na lang kung elementary up to kinder to grade 6. Kung secondary, junior high school, 7 to 10. Kung integrated na, junior to senior with senior high school, so grade 7 to 12. Then kung integrated, fully integrated from kinder to grade 10 or to grade 12. So yan ang presentation ng enrollment. Then table 2 is the senior high school enrollment by track and strand. So this is the enrollment of the previous year. So categorized by track and strand. Under academic track, ABM, UM, STEM, and GAS, male and female, depending on your curricular offering. DVL, AFA strand, home economics, industrial arts, ICT, sports, arts and design track. So categorize your enrollment, or segmentize your enrollment. Then there, table 3 is enrollment per grade level who use the SLM GIA, because there are schools who also adopted other modalities. Pero I know sa Buanga Sibugay, all of us, or I think 100% of our schools utilize the GIA modules. So, modify nyo lang ang inyong grade or curriculum offering, grade level. And also enrollment per grade level who use other learning modalities or learning delivery modality. Please specify. So, and it will be captured also dito na sa kuan, dito sa table 5. So table 5 is learning modality preference for our learners, and this will be for our incoming enrollees for school year 2021-2022. So you have conducted your early registrations, you now have your number. Then based on that enrollment, how many of them are will adopt modules, printed modules, digital, then give the percentage, those who will use the online, who will use educational TV. These are the blended, or these are the various learning modalities, learning delivery modalities, radio-based instruction, homeschooling, or combination, blended, and those who have answered none, no answer. So at least now that will capture in your school, you can capture that data. Then the workforce of the school, workforce capacity. So how many of you of your if you have done aside from the teaching, you have teaching related and non-teaching, no, male and female. Then table 7 is your uh, classification of your teaching force by position. Teacher 1, 2, 3, master teacher 1, 2, 3, then head teacher 1, 2, 3. So that's it. No, that will capture the um, positions of your teachers. Then letter B will our presentation of data. No, presented in figures. It can be tabular. It can be pie graph or bar graph. No, so profile of respondents. By the way, this data can be generated diri sa kuan, no? If you have responded sa Google form sa online survey of DLM, no, that was provided by the regional office. So nandoon lahat yung mga data on this category, no? So profile of respondents, learning modality preferences, distribution of learners modality preference by grade level, availability of gadgets for learning and teaching, internet access, capacity of parents in providing internet access to their learners, capacity of figure 7, capacity of current internet connection, stable ba siya, intermittent, or none at all. No? Then figure 8, stand learners and parents on the use of digital modular distance learning. No? The use of gadgets, laptop, computer, no? That division, or the teacher will just provide the soft copy of the modules. Then figure 9, teachers stand on the use of online distance learning modality. Capable ba? No? Kaya ba ng school ng internet signal? Then figures 10, provision of assistance to learners in distance learning. What form of assistance? Then possible challenges of learners in distance learning. And nandun po yun. Then teachers training on online platform for distance learning. And figure 13, provision of assistance to teachers in online distance learning. So again, all these figures from 1 to 13 can be accessed through the link provided in the Google form provided by the regional office. No? Yeah, this will provide you this link or this copy so that you can just click this link. It will direct you to and allow you to access that survey result. Then figure 8 will be teachers' computer literacy level. Now we would like also to know what is the level of or computer literacy of your teachers. It can be presented by subject area or grade level for elementary. No? So ang category niyan beginning, intermediate, and proficient. So nandyan yung description. Then we also have program support for teachers. For figure 1, profile of teachers vaccination, which how many of your teachers are vaccinated from out of the total number of teachers, no? So the number of teachers vaccinated, so what's the percentage, both male and female? Figure 2, training programs provided to teachers, no? So out of the actual number of teachers, how many are trained, no? And what are the trainings provided? How many training programs provided? And then the percentage of teachers trained, the mode of training delivery, is it the use of online platform or face-to-face? Then you will also capture the funds or resources generated to support the implementation of your school BLCP that you have gathered last school year. Anong mga
support that you have received from yung of course from the MOE, what the amount that was utilized from the MOE, the amount utilized for the printing of the modules. Then for your ECF, if you have availed, or you receive assistance from the barangay or from the municipality, so you identify the amount. And from other sources like yung mga non-government organizations, NGOs, or mga clubs or other or mga private individuals giving the school any kind of support, so that also be accounted. So what's the amount provided or received, then amount utilized, then what's the percentage of utilization. Then so that's chapter 3, the dashboard. Then chapter 4 will be the findings, conclusions, and recommendations. So that will answer the question, what went right? So that will showcase your best practices, success stories as regards your the implementation of your BLCP last school year. Then what went wrong? What are the challenges, obstacles that hinder the smooth implementation of your BLCP? What are the impact or the effect of these hindering factors? And then you have to account that, and then this can be charged. It has an impact to the planning. So with that, identifying those challenges, obstacles, hindering factors, then we can now make plan adjustments. So what are your plans, adjustment? So what specific interventions you will create or you will implement in order to address those challenges and obstacles? Then you also have to present your transition plan. What are the challenges encountered? For example, transition plan, baka in the next months or in the next year, within the next school year, we might be allowed for limited face-to-face. So what are your plans? Transition plan. How will you ensure the safety? If ever we will be allowed by the president, how will you make sure that we can sustain and ensure the safety, health, and well-being of our learners in school? And then chapter 5 will cover will contain your policy recommendations. What are your recommendations for issuance of policy? That will be as an offshoot of chapter 4. From your findings, conclusions, and plan adjustments. So what would you recommend that will form part as a policy of this division? So these are the parts of our BLCP. And just to quote our secretary, Leonor Magtolis Briones, according to her, we are going into a new normal because we are creating a brave new world. And we have to start with the children to give them courage, to give them initiative, to help them look at problems realistically, and to continually have hope and confidence that we will overcome all challenges brought about by the pandemic. That we believe that the Lord is with us, He will never abandon us, and so that we can continue with our quest for quality education and for the achievement of our DepEd goals, strategic goals and directions. So that's it, no? So by the way, in formulating your enhanced basic education learning continuity plan at the school level, you have to activate your school planning team. School heads, mga igsuon, please do not do it alone. No? Mura tag Superman that we formulate our BLCP alone, no, by ourselves. We need to tap our people, our teachers, no. If we can include also the school governing council, no, you can invite our LGU, no, from the barangay, the PTA, our school, yung mga student leaders, then we will involve them in the planning. So to end, no, my presentation, let me quote this from Van. We are not a team because we work together. We are a team because we respect, trust, and care for each other. So we will enhance our BLCP to show our respect, to show that we care for our learners, no, for our stakeholders, and make sure that we can really effectively deliver quality, relevant, and liberating education for our learners despite the prevailing pandemic situation. So that's it. You can ask your question, Mike Soan, if you have questions. I will share this to the group, no, for you to be guided by this template from the regional office. By the way, we will customize this one and we will issue a separate division memorandum as to formalize, no, this issue once, no, this as required by our schools division superintendent. Sige po, any question mga igsuon?
Okay, sir. I think Mr. Rolando Chavez has question. He's raising his hand. Sir?
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Please proceed. Good afternoon again. Kuan sir, kanang ako'y questions. I have 3 questions. First question is, kuan kining is the BLCP for junior high school and senior high school will be separated or pwede ra usa?
Pwede ra usahon, sir. It can be fused.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
One BLCP, one school, one BLCP lang, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Another question. Categorize your data for junior high, separate for junior high school, separate for senior high school. As you can see, in the templates presented, separate na yung enrollment. Meron ng table separately for senior high school according to track and strand.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Another question, sir, is the training of teachers. What is the timeline of the training of teachers to be considered katurang last year or kayang last year connected sa new normal system, or are we going to include the past trainings?
Yes, sir. Siguro relevant training that are applicable for the delivery of basic education services during these times of the pandemic, because this BALCP is crafted or was asked from us because of the prevailing pandemic. Now we have our SIP, we have our DDP, but on top of this, no, this situation, this is unprecedented kasi, no, we did not expect that this will happen, so we need to craft a special plan to address the prevailing situation.
Okay, sir. So
trainings are relevant to curriculum, no, during this time, implementation of curriculum during these times of the pandemic.
Is the local inset considerable, sir?
Yes, sir. Pwede, of
Okay.
course.
Okay. Sir, last question, sir, about the chapter 4 findings.
Yes, sir.
Are we going? There are two things that I'm trying to see. Are we going to consider only the basis for our findings, the chapter 3 gatherings of data, or can we have also the experiences that we had that cannot be found in the chapter 3?
Yes, sir. You can include the templates or the findings out, that you can gather out of the different templates can be considered. Of course, that should be considered, and that is qualitative. And you can also consider the qualitative um, aspect of your findings, meaning based on experience, no, personal experiences of as school head and with your teachers in implementing your BALCT last school year. Of
Okay, sir.
course.
One last question, sir, kanang kwan pagkapin, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For the next school year, is the assessment and evaluation of learners will still use the learning modules that as what we experienced last school year, or the teachers will be given freedom to conduct the assessment and evaluation on their own?
Sir, the giving of assessment, I believe that should be aligned to the type of learning materials that we use, no, in the implementation of the K-12 curriculum. Last year we used the GIA, so all the questions contained in the assessment are aligned to the GIA. But this time, per information from central office, we are encouraged to use their CO produced, no, CO initiated EDM, the alternative delivery modules. So all the questions or the assessment tools should be aligned to that to the materials that we are using during the implementation of the curriculum. So i-align na to, kay lisod man pud na we cannot expect our learners to answer the questions kung dili siya aligned sa materials nga atong gigamit.
Clarification.
Mr. Charlie,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
the rest of the questions that
Yes,
are
ma'am.
raised might be answered during my time in my
Okay.
presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
That's all.
you, Sir Lando.
Okay.
Any other question? So again, yes, ma'am.
Ako na ang magsunod kay baka other questions are answered in my presentation.
Okay, so that's it, no? So I think if you have questions, just reserve your question. That will still be tackled, no? That might be addressed by the inputs from our schools division superintendent. So this time, it is with great honor and pleasure to present to you our schools division superintendent, Dr. Jeneline A. Aliman, CISO 6. The newly appointed, no? Newly appointed as full-fledged SDS by central office.
Congratulations.
You would like to congratulate.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Oo, Gana, identified naman for appointment. So, ikuan pa, comply pa ang mga documents pero identified na for for promotion, for appointment as full-fledged DS. Congratulations in advance, ma'am.
Uy, wala pa, thank you, but wala pa na, napa sa kamot sa Ginoo.
Klaro na ma'am, klaro na.
Klaro na. You deserve that, ma'am.
Thank you. Kansa kay nawala ko sa akong kuan. Desktop. Ah, nawala ko. Kung saan ako ni pagpangita ron na open naman tayo siya. For a while it's already open but why is it that I cannot dili na ko siya ma-Windows. Windows no Ado?
Yes, ma'am. Pag share
Okay.
Windows, ma'am.
Can
Yes.
you see now my
Nana, ma'am.
presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Nana, ma'am.
Dali ha. Uy, sorry, kadaghan man inindagan. All right, good afternoon to everyone. To my assistant school superintendent, Mr. Aurelio Santisas, to the two chiefs, Chief Jerry Bukingkito and Chief Evelyn Importante, to our administrative officer 5, Grace Hugno, and the rest of the section chiefs, PSDS, DICs, EPS, school administrators, and teachers. Good afternoon to everyone. So this is quite long, but please bear with us because you want a very comprehensive inputs when you will have your meeting. But before that, I'd like to comment or suggest, if you are not in your office, tanawa ra gud na ninyo na inyong screen, no? If you are not in your office, naana na siya dihay command to change your background. Especially you are at home, dili na to mahibaw-an nga nakakita na to atong mga hinalay sa likod, sa atong likod, mga unsa, so kailangan nato i-change ang background sa ato ang sa ato ang Microsoft. Do you know how to do it? Mga igsuon, kabalo ba mo asa na siya dapit ang command? Murag gadunggan ko wala.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Tanawa na diha sa ibabaw, kauban anang na participant. Sabi ko tulo ka dot diha. No, sa taas o sa ubos, you click that, then naa diha change background. So mao na inyong i-click and see, then you can choose the kind of background that you want. Background in the office or what, no? Mao na atong bantayan, especially if we are attending national meetings and conferences, no? Kaya sa din atong mabantayan, atas atong kusina, atas sa ato ang kwarto or whichever, na maklaro na atong mga hinalay. Okay lang unta og mga sininaw niya, mga underwear ang makita, no? So siguro later we will teach you how to do it. Okay. But anyway, now the first slide is about the regional TWG monitoring, which will be on August 24, 2021. So what is it about? Our regional director, RD Ruth Fuentes, together with the team, together with the technical working group, monitoring team will visit our division. Actually, starting yesterday, today, and tomorrow, they are in Zamboanga del Norte. They are done in Zamboanga City, and they are done in Pagaden City and Zamboanga del Sur, and our schedule will be on Tuesday. So there are schools that are selected and identified that will be monitored by the team. First in the list is Buog Pilot School, then Diplahan National High School, Imelda National High School, and then that of Artilin Kulambugan Elementary School. Now, it doesn't mean na the identified schools lang ang mag-prepare. Because especially the schools along the highway, we do not know the wisdom of the regional director. Baka along the highway, gusto siya nga mukanaog sa Monching, or gusto siya mukanaog sa Del Monte, or whichever school along the highway. Or munaog siya diha sa Upper Pangi Elementary School, or diri sa Pangi tapad sa division office. So we do not know at the back of the mind of the regional director and the team. Kaya baka biglang Oy, gusto kong maihi, pwede bang baba muna tayo sa isang school along the highway. So parang ganon. So meaning, I'm requesting, encouraging all schools along the highway to please prepare, no? I know that you will prepare your schools for the forthcoming opening of classes, but you do it now, no? You do it this week so that by Tuesday murag kaaya-aya pod tingnan ang ato ang mga schools, 'di ba? So and then from there the regional director will supposedly visit our courtesy call with the provincial governor. However, the provincial governor is not around by that time. So diretso siya dito sa division office for a meeting and at the same time for the presentation of the division's basic education learning continuity plan, and that will be followed then by meeting, and then they will proceed to the next school that will be monitored. So yun po, regional TWG monitoring. Again, I'm encouraging the schools along the highway to please ensure na ready ang schools, clean, kay baka the team will also drop by. Another, this will take somewhat 10 minutes. I'd like to present to you a video presentation. Parang this captures the 2021, this captures the 2020-2021 BLCP implementation. Actually, this was already presented in the national meeting, and of course, Zamboanga Sibugay was recognized for a very comprehensive, although for us it's not comprehensive kasi may mga kulang na mga effective practices because this was hurriedly done by the I.T.O and with S. But then again, we are thankful for them because this was recognized by the central office. So please bear with us, just about 10 minutes, but I know that you will enjoy watching this.
Hello?
nawala si Ma'am J.
Nakulbaan ko abi na kog ako'y nawagtangan og connection.
Nagdaglod. Bayad taglod.
Saka ni kita'y nawad. Urag nagpilit-pilit man siya. Ay naaraman si Ma'am.
Ma'am Aliman mo'y nawala mga igsuon. Ulaton lang nato maka-connect balik.
Oy. Nawala na po si Ma'am Aliman.
Tayo pa?
Mga kwan siguro mga 8 lang siguro. Sinyo ko mga
um, mga igsuon, while waiting for Ma'am Aliman to come back, may I take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to Ipil District, Ma'am Hope, for helping us in our preparations for the coming of the technical working group from the regional office, no, headed by our new regional director. Thank you so much, Ma'am I.T.O, for Sambuanga Sibugay National High School team, no, ang mga for the boys and girls who help us beautify, no, our landscapes in the schools division office. Daghang kayong salamat ninyo. Ma'am Riza, principal of Sambuanga Sibugay National High School. Daghang salamat, and all other school heads and teachers who help us, no, sa landscaping, cleaning, no, and for the team of Ma'am Hope sa there is a table skirting and preparation of our tables for the showcase of our best practices, and there is a division office proper. Daghang kayong salamat, Ma'am I.T.O. Kinsa pa ilaing nakatabang, not mentioned. Thank you so much, and of course to all our personnel at the division office proper, no. We had our bayanihan brigada opisina last Friday, and we help each other clean, no, beautify our office. Salamat, Ma'am I.T.O. Wala pa kabalik si Ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am I.T.O. Wala pa nagamit, wala pa si RD, Ma'am Hope. Wala pa si RD na kuha na imuhang table diri na sana nabuling na. Kay sige ra gamit kada adlaw na igamit. Kay puti manggod ang imuhang kuan ang tablecloth. Pero makuha ni siya. Masapawan ra.
Thank you, welcome.
Salamat.
Amo ra na siyang i-enhance by Sunday.
Sige.
I-final naman Sunday. Then, I would like also...
Sunday, family day ba na Sunday? Monday lang.
Okay, pwede Monday lang, Monday. Then I would like also to extend gratitude to the group of Diplahan who kanang support at outside on the preparation.
Sorry kayo, wala ko kaila sa mga
Selected few. They're just selected few.
Pero napon to taga CI siguro. Natoy taga CI ate?
Wala. Sir, Diplahan group ang nag-do outside. And Sambuanga Sibugay did the inside, then the landscaping. I.T.O District. And actually, I would like to thank the Association of I.T.O District, Teachers Association sa I.T.O District, who give us the budget of 10,000 pesos.
Wow.
We brought the cloth and everything, including their snacks and pero nilapas man tuod sir, pero at least na starting capital. Joke.
Perting datuo din ng ipil ko ano?
Dili ra kayo sir, pero kuan yun din sila mga kind-hearted individual. Naman sila tanan sir na minaw rapod. Magita pa man sila.
Daghan kayong salamat ninyo mga igsuon.
Mm.
Pero pag-prepare mo ha kay basin og mo kuan mo
Yes,
visit
yes po.
kuan si RD sa IPIL
Yes po.
Regional
Amo
Pilot
na yung
School.
president sa Teachers Association, Kuya, kay Sir, Sir, si Ma'am Minerva Caraballo.
Minerva.
The
Hello,
Central
ma'am.
Principal.
Hello, Ado.
Ay, yes ma'am. Okay na ka ma'am? Sige ma'am.
Times ma. Nawala ba ko na dunggan?
Ma'am, naputol. Nawala ka ma'am.
Naputol ko? My
Yes
God.
ma'am. Nawala
Naputol
imong
ang
signal.
presentation? Naputol ang presentation?
Naputol ma'am. Naputol. Wala ka sa kahit.
I know. Nobody told me. I thought I was still connected. Wala may nag-istorya na ako nga, dili na rin ko connected. But anyway, sige lang. My God.
Sige ma'am, please proceed na lang po. Okay na ma'am, klaro na ka ma'am. Ibalik lang ang presentation ma'am.
Lagi.
Ano ma'am?
What happened? Taon-taon kong nawala. Nobody told me nga nawala day ko. Alright. So revised schools BLCP, that this was already presented by ASDS Santisas. And we presented this to you because we also wanted, based on the regional memo, our BLCP should also be revised. And the template and the format was already discussed to you. And then the school readiness, this is about the safety measures. Safety measures should be in place. Modules should be ready for distribution. That's why we realigned MOE for us to be prepared, while the division office will procure several subjects, but there is a need for us to really be prepared. Strategies in the distribution of modules to ensure health protocols should also be followed. So we know already, especially you have to put in place, you have to be prepared in case there will be another lockdown, another granular lockdown. So there should be an alternative strategy that you will do, that the schools will do, so that tuloy-tuloy ang pag-distribute ng mga modules. And then cleanliness of schools and the classrooms. Then announcement of enrollment through radio, flyers, and tarpaulin posted in the strategic areas, no? Because the central office is particular for our learners who did not enroll to go back to classes or to go back to school, to re-enroll. So our way of informing the community is to really come up with different strategies, no? Mag-announce sa radyo, manghatag og flyers, magbutang og mga tarpaulin sa schedule of enrollment, schedule of classes, and then asa dapit unsay pamaagi sa pagkuha sa mga form, especially that not all learners can be reached through cell phone or through the messenger. Another, the ADM modules. I already discussed this during our meeting with the PSDS last week, that we will already be using the modules, the ADM modules from the central office. However, for the kinder, since we are using the mother tongue, so we will be using the GIA for kindergarten. And for grades 1 to 3, we will be using the ADM modules except for MTBMLE. So MTBMLE, we will be using the GIA for the MTBMLE. And then grades 4 to 10, it will be the ADM. Grades 11 to 12, ADM for the core subjects. Grades 11 to 12, GIA. For TVL specialization, we will be using, actually, as of today, wala pa pong mga senior high school subjects that are in the portal or which are downloaded by the central office. So we are definite that if there will be subjects that will be downloaded, it will be more on the core subjects. So yung TVL specialization, we will be using the GIA. I know that we have excess, we have buffer for the TVL specialization. So please check your property custodian, and the division office also will provide, no? Because we have buffer self-learning materials. Okay, but for the printing of the senior high school, later na lang, unahin mo na yung grades 1 to grades 10. Kasi titingnan pa natin kung what modules are available in the portal. Next is, please tell me, kindly somebody, if I am disconnected, please tell me. Somebody should go down and inform me that I am disconnected. Next is the production and utilization of available learning materials. It's based on joint memorandum, joint memo, division memo, DepEd memorandum OUCI 2021-261. What are this about? What is this about? This is especially the schools do not have the capacity to produce the modules, considering that the modules from the central office is not only 8. Unlike in the GIA, there are only 8 pages. But for ADM modules, we have 32 pages, no? We have 24 to 32 pages. Tapos it's not divisible by 4. So, halimbawa, they don't have the capacity to produce kasi nga kulang ang resources. So, the schools may use the textbooks to learners. However, what is critical if we will be using the textbooks? The learners and the teachers will find it difficult because they have to ensure that the learners are informed what pages in the textbooks that are aligned to the ADM modules and what lessons in the textbooks that are aligned in the minimum learning competencies, no? But if you want our learners to enrich its learning, no, to enrich their learning experiences, then we can provide them the textbooks, especially to subjects that are difficult, especially to senior high school. And then the reprinting and distribution of SLMs and other LRs that have completed QA. So meaning that's the reason why while we were allowed to use our localized materials, but it has to undergo another quality assurance based on the new criteria and guidelines of the central office. That's the reason why before August, the portal of the region is still vacant because they withdraw the ADMs that were already in the portal because there was another quality assurance that was conducted. No? And then utilize learning management system for uploading soft copies and other SLMs and e-copies, and we are doing that already. So at the division office, we already prepared. We already have the portal wherein the schools can just open and download the SLMs and the e-copies. Now, another strategy is we provide the learners for those learners with the gadgets. No? This is another strategy. You are supposed to conduct an inventory as to how many of your learners have the gadgets. Because if they have the gadgets, then kung kulang talaga ang resources, kulang ang MOE, kulang talaga sa funds, so we will provide them with the e-copies of the modules. No? E-copies of the modules. Anyway, answers to the modules will be written in a separate sheet or in a notebook. So we empower the schools to decide kung asa niyo gusto nga ang bata magbutang sa mga answers. It could be in a separate notebook or it could be in a loose sheet. So kayo na ang bahala, no? And then another strategy is adopt a combination of learning modalities. I know that while Zamboanga Sibugay has a very poor connection, but there are schools, there are municipalities that have also strong connection. So the learners could either use a combination of the online and the offline. So offline, they will provided with the e-copy, no? If talagang kulang ang resources. And then another one, for further SLM's development, the QA team must be qualified and materials are quality assured following QA process. That's why as of today, yung kindergarten natin, although they are already ready, but ang division office, ang learning area supervisors with a quality team conducted another round of quality assurance based on the new guidelines and new criteria. So, ito po, no, ang guidelines on the production and the utilization of available learning materials. Now, this is also very important. This is DepEd Order 29, series of 2021. What this is about? This is about the implementing guidelines on calendar of activities for school year 2021. This was, I think, released, kailan ito na-release, and this was even posted in the PSDS group chat. And I do not know if you have read this one. This is not the one. I'm checking kung when was this memorandum issued. I cannot just remember kung kailan ito na-issue. DepEd Order 29 series of 2021. Tama ba ako? 30 or 29? Ayan, sorry ha, baka nagkamali ako sa ano. Ayan. This was released on August 5, 2021. Now, it captures the calendar of activities for the entire school year 2021 and 2022. Now, classes starts on September 13, 2021 and ends on June 24, 2022. I'm sorry, this is 20. Wala na po ko slide. Excuse me.
Ma'am.
Sige. Sorry that's June 24, 2022. And how many school days? It's 209 school days. And I want every school head to have a copy of this DepEd Order 29 series of 2021. Because it captures all the activities for school year 2021. Now the question is, what modality? Is it face-to-face or it's still modular learning? For now, it's not face-to-face. We are still waiting for the pronouncement from the Office of the President. So for the meantime, dili ta magtagad og pronouncement. We should be ready ourselves. We should be ready. And how to be ready? Let's produce the modules, no? Let us produce the modules to be ready at the start of the school year. School year will start on September 13. If you count it from today, pila na lang na kadlaw? Mura og 13 days. To exclude Saturdays and Sundays, pila na lang na? Isa ka semana plus last week of August. So, kailangan natin i-fast track ang pag-reproduce ng modules. Otherwise, sisihin po tayo ng mga parents. Pagdating ng klase, wala tayong maibigay. So, kailangan ang school should strategize how you will distribute the modules, ano ang unang subjects na i-reproduce, no? There should be careful planning. Then for the ALS will open on the same dates, while program duration will depend on the learner's educational background. So while ang regular classes ends on June 24, ang ALS dili June 24. Depende sa educational background sa mga learners sa ALS and their existing knowledge prior to enrollment to ALS. No? Dili makig-compete ang ALS nga makigdungan gyud anang June 24 nga mo end ang klase. It's dependent on the educational background and performance of the learners. Okay. Another, we maximize the use of the DPTV and radio-based instruction. I know that ESDS I.T.O has already proposed another innovation to come up with a YouTube channel. It's a YouTube channel of all learning materials of all the modules. But we cannot do that at once because we need to follow the guidelines of the central office. But there is already a procedure done by the CID. The first thing that we shall do is to harvest all DepEd TV lessons and radio-based lessons. I-harvest muna siya, and then there will be an inventory that will be conducted to determine and to check which among the lessons. Naputol na pud ko? Hello?
Wala ma'am.
Okay ra, ma'am? Okay ra? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
We are very sorry, the signal is unstable. So ngayon, harvest muna tayo ng mga DepEd TV and radio lessons. And ilagay natin yan sa isang channel para ang mga bata, aside from the ADM modules, at the same time, they can also listen to these lessons that will be put in a YouTube channel. No? Pero that will undergo process and procedure. Okay. Another, we utilize, as I've said, we utilize the textbooks to enrich learning experience. And then come up with strategies to encourage return of learners who did not enroll last year. Take note, ang enrollment po natin last year ay nag-decrease because many parents do not like their children to be in school. Or the learners themselves do not like to be in school. They do not like the modality because they want to really to be in school. So siguro ngayon, after one very challenging school year, it's now your time to strategize kung paano ninyo ma-encourage ulit ang mga bata na hindi nag-aral last year na sila ay babalik sa paaralan. Whatever is the modality, please encourage them to return to school. Then, another is ensure equitable distribution of workloads. I will not anymore mention here, I will not anymore discuss the workloads, but maybe we will reiterate guidelines on the number of loads that will be distributed to master teachers, to the department heads, to school heads that have less than, because school heads, TIC, should also handle, no? If the number of teachers are less than 14, I think, no? Siguro we will reiterate, no? Reiterate the guidelines on this. Basta, the school principal should ensure equitable distribution of workloads. This is not my version, but this is based on DO 29. Now next, assessment of learning shall follow DepEd Order 31 series of 2020. Now, if you will read that one, the DO 31 series of 2020 speaks about the assessment in the light of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. However, it was impressed in DO 031 series of 2020 that DepEd order 15 series of 20, is it 15? DepEd, what is that? What DepEd order is that, Evelyn? DepEd order 8 series of 2015, am I correct? Yeah, DepEd order 8. Nadungog pa ko, mga igsuon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So while there is that DO 31 series of 2020 on the guidelines of assessment of learning in the light of basic education learning continuity plan, please do not forget that we still anchor the guidelines on the assessment, which is DepEd order 8 series of 2015. No? Okay. Now, another MFAT. Itong MFAT, multi-factored assessment test. Tama ako? Should be administered to grade 1 learners when a month after the opening of classes. So that is expected to be conducted October 13, a month after. The results will be the basis for instructional planning and formation of appropriate strategies for learners who exhibit development advancement or delays for learning disabilities. So maybe dito na po papasok yung ating mga interventions kung paano matulungan ang mga kabataan na for advanced learners. What strategy can you provide advanced learners, and what intervention you will provide for those children with late learning abilities or with problems on reading. No? Reading examples of sounds, we identify the sounds. No? That is for kinder or grade 1 that is supposed to be alam na ng bata. Alam siya kung saan na track, no? Letters of alphabet. Okay. So next, school may observe activities provided they are related to teaching and learning process. So the school may observe what are the activities that are related to teaching and learning process. They are deprived. We can conduct that provided we follow protocols. Co-curricular and curricular activities shall be conducted virtually in compliance with community quarantine guidelines. No? So, siguro, I will be calling all the program committee chair, no? Program, we will be calling a program meeting to discuss activities that are relevant to the teaching learning process. Kasi may mga activities tayo, no? So, kasi bata, palagi lang nakatunganga sa modules, wala siyang other diversion, like other activities which they were used to when they were still in school. So, murag boring ang ilang kalibutan. So, maybe we can do it through virtual or depende, no? So, we will have to ask, of course, the permission of the local IITF. Career guidance activities shall be conducted in October 2021 and January 2022. Now, you should not be confused because the division has 3 mga coordinators, no? Iba din yung homeroom guidance coordinator. Iba din yung career guidance coordinator, which focus on the senior high school. And the career guidance coordinator is Estania. And these career guidance activities should be conducted in October 2021 and January 2022. One example of career guidance activities, which is spearheaded by Estania and Nora Glapenia, is the curriculum exit Giya sa Kakara, no? Which was live, And yun. And then the Bureau of Education Assessment of the BEA will continue to conduct LNAC. If there was the LNAC conducted and not conducted, I think there was not pala, no? Was there not conducted kasi wala, no? So, the BEA will conduct LNAC and not this year. So, how they will do it? Maybe they will do it virtually. So, sila na po ang bahala. So, we ready on that. Because that will also be the basis, that will be the basis of our performance. And you know, our director is really very particular on data, on performance. Okay. Next, ito po, payment, teacher conference, and distribution of the card shall be done not earlier than second Saturday following the end of the quarter. So meaning, this is captured in the calendar of activities. So meaning, there should be a parent teacher conference and distribution of cards. So we will follow the protocol, no? Which is 50%. For now, we are only allowed for a 50%, no? 50% of the capacity of the venue. Yan kasi ang problema. Hindi natin nasabi sa ating mga parents kung ano ang status ng ating mga kabataan, kung ano ang kanilang mga performance. Because last year was indeed a very challenging year and it is full of adjustment, no? Medyo nagbago tayo. So siguro after a year, medyo alam na natin kung ano ang ating gagawin, no? Kapag taon na to. So that will be not earlier than the second Saturday following the end of the quarter. Now, another due consideration should be given to learners who miss further activities due to various disruptions. Like for example, nag-granular lockdown o nag-lockdown ng school, so all modules will be distributed or ay baha or whatsoever. So we need to be considerate to our learners, no? Kung ma-miss nila ang pag-submit sa module, ma-miss nila ang pag-compile, pag-answer sa modules. Dili ka nakalugog na lang ta, istorya nga ipadali-dali sa teacher pag-submit ang module. So yun na, then at the end of the competition of the grades, what ay kagrado, hagbog ang bata. And then we are submitting this to the region. The results of our grades, the grades of the children, the grades of the learners will be submitted to the region and to the central office. For what reason? This is for them to really validate whether the distance learning modality is indeed very effective, no? So aron makita gyud kung unsa ba gyud, no? So we should also be considerate to this, no? So next is the first 2 days of the 5 mid-year break. Okay. So every year meron tayong 5-day mid-year break. So ngayon ito klaro na ito kasi nung last year they released the guidelines for the semester, the mid inset later na, di ba? You notice kita nangandam na ta, then later na nigawas ang lumabas yung guidelines from the CO. So medyo natuliro tayo, no? Medyo we were confused which to follow. But this time with this calendar of activities, then we are already guided. So out of the 5, the first 2 days of the 5-day mid-year break may be spent to evaluate the school's progress in the implementation of the projects, activities, and programs. So, meaning, babalik po tayo sa inyong mga annual implementation plan to check whether the programs, activities, and projects that are captured in your annual implementation plan are actually implemented. At ano kung na-implement siya, ano ang status? Effective ba? Not effective ba? Or ano ang reason? So that should be done during the 2 days of the 5-day break. And to include as well the review of teachers' performance and the school staff. No? So magtanong na dito si school head. Kumusta ba? Kumpleto ba? Kumusta na ang status? Nagawa nyo ba ito? So review of the teacher's performance. Dili kay mag-review lang ta sa performance sa teacher at the end of the school year. So dapat at the middle of the year, mayroon na tayo. So that this is the time for coaching and mentoring. No? So how can the teacher improve their performance if the coaching and the mentoring is done at the end of the year? It should be done at the middle. No? And this is already the time. No? So yung 5 araw, 2 dyan, evaluate your PAPS as to its progress and review teacher's performance and do the coaching and the mentoring. And then the last 3 days will be for the school-based inset activities of teachers and the preparation of the IMs. So at least with this, we are guided. But of course, in the school-based inset activities, dili ta basta-basta na lang mag-conduct, no? We need to ensure, so this will be discussed with the HRD kung ano bang inset ang ikakonduct ng school. Are we going to have a uniform inset or we will wait for the pronouncement from the central office, or we based it on the priority needs of the school, no? So yon. Please tell me if I am not anymore here. Huh? Okay, another one is, ito po. A general assembly of stakeholders shall be conducted at the start of the school year, mid-year, and at the end of the school year. So, at the start of the school year. So maybe before the start of the school year or within September. And then sa tunga-tunga sa tuig o sa katapusan sa tuig. No? So, orientation shall be done a week, ito pala, shall be done a week before the start of the school year. So if the school year starts if classes starts in September 2013, so dapat a week before magpatawag na tayo ng General Assembly. But then again, it has to be approved by the local IATF and follow the protocols. And then, ano ang purpose of calling an assembly? The focus of the assembly is about curriculum. Is about co-curricular and ancillary services to support learner development and continuous improvement of school learning outcomes. No? Anong gagawin ng ating mga stakeholders, ng ating mga parents, anong gagawin para ma-improve ang mga kabataan natin nga, lalo na sila ay nasa bahay, walang mga guro na magtuturo, no? Paano ang gagawin natin? So it should be a collaborative efforts of the school and our education partners. Halimbawa, pwede niyong sabihin sa inyong mga parents, no? Or sa inyong mga stakeholders na kung sana meron tayong mga ano ba yan, reading centers sa community, no? Or sa bahay mismo, mayroon silang reading nook or reading corner at home. Kung gamay ang balay, maski na lang a space under the shade of the tree. Or dili ba, dito dapit sa kusina, dito dapit sa sala, nga naa dito ang mga reading materials sa atong mga kabataan. Reading materials, textbooks, para at least the children will have also time to read and to study. No? Kasi they need focus and they need space. Kasi kung doon sila mag-aral, doon magsagot ng module na nasa gitna, nanonood ng TV, so wala talagang focus ang mga kabataan, no? So maybe we can encourage that, no? And then schools decide on the mode of carrying out the activities. You decide how you will carry out the activities in compliance with health and quarantine protocols. Now, if ang venue ninyo is only good for 25 or good for 50, dapat 25 lang talaga ang andyan, no? Okay. So again, we follow health and quarantine protocols. Next is ito. Remedial advancement classes shall start on July 4, 2022 and ends on August 12, 2022. Now, ito ngayon ang pinaka malaking problema ng mga schools. There were already school administrators, TICs, who visited us in the office, who wrote letters asking for consideration, no? Because they were not able to conduct the remedial classes within the time frame as provided, no? So, wala mi nagkulang. We oftentimes announce this in that DIMANCOM repeatedly before the end of the school year. In January and February, every time na may DIMANCOM, the CID always reminded the school heads, the district supervisors about the conduct of the remedial classes, including the requirements and the documents, that no remedial classes will be conducted in the school without the approval of the division office, because the documents will still be verified, will be checked, and you will only conduct that remedial class once you receive an approved endorsement. Without that, then you are not allowed to conduct remedial classes. Yan. So I'll discuss that in detail later. Now, eto na naman, isang problema. Tingba lang na inyong mga pangutana unya, ha? Okay. Vacation service credits. Ito na naman. I could still remember, I discussed this. There was memo issued on this. There was reiteration issued on this. But sometimes, I'm very sorry kay sometimes makatubag ko ninyo, maingon dayon ko, when somebody would text me, ma'am, naani service credits, and usually sa kadaghan sa mga memorandum, dili na nato may numduman, di ba? Di na ta kay numdum. So, makatubag ko, which is inconsistent to our issuances. But later on, ako po nang bawion. So, mo na nga, I'm telling you, school administrators, kung mahimo kada nitong mga issuances nga very critical, nga dili siya seasonal, meaning it's being used any time of the year, no? Kailangan mayroon kayong compilation of that, so that you will not anymore ask the office, you will not anymore ask the division office kung unsa ba ni, allowed ba ni, unsa ba ni. Kay usay makahatag tag dili wrong information, no? So mabalaw na po ko pangita review sa mga memorandum for me to check whether I give the correct information or not, no? So yun, kailangan mayroon kayo nito, no? Para di na ta magbalik-balik og pangutana. Kung naamoy query, naamoy doubts, kung kuan ba, open the manual. Open the memorandum which you kept in your cabinet. So, vacation service credits that are allowable only during registration, election, and during the conduct of remedial classes, which falls on a summer and falls on a Saturday or holidays. So, pwede yan. Pero pag during, within, or pwede din siyang service credits if it's beyond the regular class hours. Services in connection to opening of school year, of course, so kana. Pero katong services sa teachers in connection to closing of the school year, na wala to'y service credits, no? Wala to'y service credits. But in connection to opening of school year, brigada, enrollment, mayroon niyang service credits. Services during school sports competition held outside of regular days, of course, but you don't have sports competition now. Services to train teachers in addition to normal teaching loads, like a teacher is coaching another teacher which is beyond the normal teaching loads, then mayroon niyang service credit. Teaching overload not compensated by honoraria. And there were already schools that we gave service credits to this, no? Katunang mga na-over ang ilang load, no? Tagaliog na ang ilang load. So we cannot give them honoraria. So what we can provide them is service credits. But then again, we follow the procedure. You write a letter of intent, just like ngayon, enrollment. Kasi unya na po mo mapasa sa inyong request, unya nagtuan na sa Nobyembre. Remember, you cannot do an activity. Any activity is not given service credits if there is no approval from the division office. Although this is allowable, but the procedure is you write a letter of intent requesting for service credits of the following teachers. And then I identify what are the duties, what are the role, what are the tasks of the teachers. Bago natin bibigyan ng order na allowed sila for order that they can proceed. Now, I'd like to also remind school heads, no? Usay kaning service credits maabuso. Like for example, gamay ra mo sa inyong school, pila ra inyong enrollment. Unya ang tanan gyud from Monday to Friday, good for 15 days. Starting last Monday enrollment up to the end of the enrollment period, tanan gyud sila nga teachers nag-claim og service credits. So that's the reason why we want the school heads to identify the task of the teacher daily. Kay bahin-bahinon man na, di man na pwede nga ang tanan mag-jump pack sa school because you wanted to earn service credits. So there should be proper scheduling of teachers who will be conducting enrollment or who will be receiving the enrollment forms of the parents. Okay. Next. Teaching non-formal education classes in addition to teaching informal classes with regular teaching loads. So, siguro dili kay ni siya wala ta ani nga scenario, no? Kanini nagtudlo sa regular human na ay ALS, open high school, like for example, open high school, open high school, walay teacher, so nagtudlo siya. So, naa siya service credits, no? Pero murag wala man siguro tay open high school karon. Work done during school days in addition to the normal teaching loads. That's self-explanatory. Conduct of testing activities held outside of school days. Okay. Attendance to special DepEd projects and programs held on summer or during weekends. So I think these are short-term courses and seminars conducted by DepEd on a summer or during weekends. So I hope wala na yung mangutana about service credits, ha? I want you to print this one. Anong DepEd order ito? DepEd order 53? DepEd order 53, I think. Service credits. Okay, so please print. Now, okay? Now, let's proceed to clarificatory points on assessment. As I already mentioned this, DepEd Order 30, Series of 2021, the interim guidelines on the assessment and grading in the light of the BLCP. Again, DepEd Order 8, Series of 2015, still in effect. Mga kaigsuunan, mga schoolheads, still in effect. Okay. Why I made this clarified again? Why I made reiteration of this? Because of the problems arising, no? Problems arising on learners or students who were failed. Again, kanipod nga memorandum DepEd Order 8 Series of 2015. Kailangan po mo ani nga naapod mo inyong kopya, hard copy, no? Para the guided mo. And then this should be discussed to your teachers. Discuss kay remember this is still 2015. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 22 na unom na katuig. So dapat i-reiterate and discuss sa teachers especially the important provisions of the DepEd order. Now, grades 4 to 10, kanang mga hagbong. Ngano mangyod nga ang mga bata, dili na mangyod sa katapusan sa tuig may balaan nga nahagbong. If only the children, if only the students were given remediation, no? Remedial class was conducted every after quarter, if nakita ni teacher nga delikado ang performance sa bata, kanang 75 delikado na baya na, kay murag usay anak pasang awa, no? So dapat teacher should be keen. So eto, grades 4 to 10. If the learner did not meet expectations in not more than 2 learning areas, so meaning 1 and 2, 1 to 2, nga nahagbong ang bata in any of the subjects, unsa may desisyon sa principal, unsa may desisyon sa teacher. So, there should be a remedial class that will be conducted for learning areas with failing marks so that that learner will be promoted. So, unsa ang status? Kailangan ang bata mo pasar. Kailangan maipasa ng bata ang remedial class before siya ma-promote to the next level. Otherwise, kung dili makapasar ang bata, the learner is retained in the same grade level. Now, let's have a situation. Student A nahagbong sa grade 7. Sa first quarter pa lang daan nahagbong. Dapat, naagyod siya remedial. Kay para makapasar siya, pag-abot sa second grading, dili na kaay delikado ang iyahang grado. Pero kung hagbong sa first quarter, then wala matagaag remedial class, then that will multiply. At the end of the year, ang bata bagsak yun kay walay gihimo ang teacher. No? So karon nahagbong na ang bata. Unsa may buhaton ni teacher or ni school, there should be a remedial class that will be conducted so that there will be a recomputation of the grade in case ang bata nakapasar so that ma-promote siya sa next level. No? Now, kay kung dili niya mapasar tong subject, unsa may mahitabo, ang bata ma-retain in the same grade level. Kay lahi na manggudning, ang atong karaan sa unang panahon, pwede ra i-promote ang bata sa next level, nya mag-back subject ra siya sa iyang nagbungan. This time, kaning DepEd Order 8 series of 2015, dili yun. Kailangan jud sa bata nga pasaron ang iyang nahagbong. Now, karon ang nahitabo, kung dili niya mahimo na no remedial class, so ang bata dapat magkanda, ang school dapat magkanda og summer class para mo pasar ang bata before siya enroll. Now karon kay, I'm sorry for the term ha, gadaphag man tantanan, no? Wa man ta maglanta, wala man ta nag-check. So ang nahitabo, walay summer class nga nahitabo. So, abot na lang ang opening of classes, ang mga maestra po gidawat sa next level. And then, ang teachers in the prior grades did not also inform the receiving teacher na kaning bataa na ay hagbong. So, unta to, mabantayan, mabalik siya. Pero ang nahitabo, you did not check, we did not dare to check the grades. We did not dare to check the Form 137, the permanent record. So, ang naitabo, nakapasar sa grade 8. Karon mo, grade 9 na. Kung saan na natutong grade 7, nga naaman siya hagbong. Na, that's a challenge to the school administrators. Kung saan na. So, ang challenge karon is, you should be careful. Hindi na tubig. Next, for grade 11 and 12. For grade 11 and 12, Iba din itong sa grade 11 and 12, ha? Did not meet expectations in any subject or learning area. Kung sa may desisyon, again, dunay remedial classes. No? Remedial classes for field learning competencies in the subject. Nalahi ni. Wala ni summer. Wala summer class kay og dili makapasar ang bata, ang senior high school student sa usa ka learning competency, dili siya allowed to enroll in the next semester. Otherwise, the learner must retake the subject's field. Kay kini prerequisite, no? So dili niya kwaon ang subjects nga dunay nga prerequisite, no? Kailangan muna niyang i-retake tong iyang gagbungan bago siya magkuha sa sa next nga subject, no? So again, mao ni karon ang problema. Daghan ang mga schoolheads nga ningani diri, daghan ang mga schoolheads nga nagsulat sa atoa asking for consideration that a semester break, a summer class will be conducted, but it's very clear that the summer class will start on July 4 and end on August 12. And we are now August 18. 18 ba tayo ngayon? O 18, no? So, nganong mag-summer pa man ta? Kung unta to, right after every quarter, gihimo na ang tanan nga matabang nato sa atong mga bata, no? But anyway, kani nga problema, we will present this to the regional director during her visit. Kung unsaon ni yung mga bata nga naabot na grade 8, naabot na grade 9, nya naapay mga hagbong nga naa sa lower grades. And this is a lesson to all of us. This is a lesson to the school administrators. This is a lesson to the teacher advisors or the teacher in charge maybe. So karon, we will welcome school year 21-2022. Kailangan, while nag-accommodate mo sa mga enrollment, kailangan dunay grupo nga magtanaw anang mga grado anang mga bata, because in your report, in the report that you submitted, there are learners in the different learning areas, in the different grade levels nga hagbong sa ilahang mga grado, no? So the school administrators should look into this. Dapat before the start of the school year, si teacher advisor doon na siya listahan sa mga bata nga dunay mga hagbong sa mga subjects, so that you can come up with an appropriate decision, because we do not like that what happened to other school administrators in terms of the learners' results of assessment will not anymore happen, no? Lessons learned for everybody. And then another thing is DepEd programs on awards and incentives for service excellence praise. And this is DepEd Order 9 series of 2002. Okay. So wala mi nagama-gamaan na, ha? 'Di ba? I mentioned this to the district supervisors and the district in charge during our convergence last week, that an award system should be installed in the school and in the district. Because based on our experience, when the division is calling for submission of nominees for outstanding teacher, outstanding supervisors, and outstanding so on and so forth, ang kasagara gyud usaray mutumaw. Usara sa administrator, usara sa PSDS o duwara, so usay na itabo sa field, no? Kay nagtudlo-tudlo lang, ikaw lang ana. You just do not know that there are still teachers. You just do not know that there are teachers who wanted to join, who wanted to be recognized, but they were not given the opportunity to be recognized because there is no reward system that is installed in the schools and in the district. So ang mahitabo ana nga katulang kusog kaayo, katulang makita na to permanente, but there are teachers who are just silent performers, diba? So that's why I challenge all the schools that you have to put in place award and incentive system in your school or in your district, so that when there is opportunity for our teachers to be promoted, may na lang na naman ay point ng manominee, no? May na lang na, and then ma-encourage po sila to come up with their own innovations because this is one requirement. And then now, Chief Jerry Bokingkito has just mentioned kanina, discussed kanina about the forthcoming World Teachers Day, and we have series of competitions among teachers, administrators, district supervisors, and district in charge, and even non-teaching maybe. And di ko gusto anang magtudlo-tudlo lang ha. Kailangan you will submit your results of your ranking, no, at the school and at the district. That is a mandate. And we base that on DepEd Order 9 series of 2002, and this DepEd Order 9 series of 2002 is also anchored on Civil Service Memorandum Circular on Race. So wala ta nagama-gama ani atong mga search diri sa division office. We always base it with legal basis. Next is hindi ito na overlook ng SGOD. QA Memo 00821-0112, reiteration of planting and accounting of malunggay moringa trees. So although gamay ra ni siya, basinyag maingon ang region submit report niya, watay ka-submit kay we did not do this in our respective schools. This is pursuant to DepEd Memorandum 234 series of 2008. But what is this about? We encourage, the DepEd memo says, encourage schools to plant malunggay or moringa trees in school premises. No? So mananom na tag mga kalamunggay o moringa sa ato ang palibot. Ayuha po ninyo tanom ha, nga dili lang asa-asa. Ya ba sa mga duckling, sa coral, no? Ayaw nang sa tunga po. And then this is also part of the gulayan sa paaralan and school-based feeding program and interagency task force hunger or IATFZH. So again, baka the central office will ask report on this. So at least meron tayong maibigay na report. So start planting. Okay, another is QUA Memo 00821-0111, registration and submission of reports for back to school, Let Million Flowers Bloom. Kulangan niya ng bloom. Bloom Project. All schools along the highway, good for those that are not along the highway. All schools along the highway are encouraged to plant flowers and let them bloom during the opening of classes on September 13, 2021. So karon mangutana mo saan paglumam, karon pa man mi mo tanom. Unya, pila na lang man kasimana ay sayon. Pangita mo tanom na nga nabuhi na, i-transfer dito, apil ang kaang. So, we have already flowers that will bloom along the our schools, no? And remember, registration and submission of reports for back to school Let Million Flowers Bloom project. There is already a memorandum to that. I already signed it just this morning. Okay? Another second virtual in-service training, Vincent. Alma, ako na lang nang gi-appeal kay pirma ko ganina then wala man ni ma-capture sa discussion. There will be a training, a virtual in-service training on August 30 to September 3, 2021. And then we enjoin, all public school teachers are enjoined to participate in that virtual meeting, virtual training. And that's the time that you are going to use, teachers will use the DepEd SIM card and connectivity load. So Administrative Officer Grace Tugno kanina already presented the districts which have not claimed the SIM card. And then kailangan po i-activate ang SIM card. Reasons nganong ang ubang mga teachers wala makasulod ganina sa live stream. It was so difficult for them to join kasi nga ang mga DepEd emails nila are not activated. So, kailangan activated ang mga emails. So, yun po. That is August 30 to September 3. Memo will be posted. I already signed this morning. Ito na naman. Submission of data and reports. Okay. Now, the division office is trying our best to come up with systems, no? To come up with systems in the submission of reports from the field, because we can relate to you, no? Makasabot mi sa field nga dili lalim magmano-mano og data. Dili ang mahitabo magud anang mano-mano, mahimo na siyang under the table report, no? Sometimes dili accurate. So that's why we really tried through the Information and Technology Office, through the efforts of GKEL and the team, to really come up with systems so that facilitative and easy ang pag-submit ng mga reports from the field to the division office. But my only request, no? Kasi po na technical tayo. When we submitted our report to the regional office on the assessment results, di ba? We fielded another report in which the teacher advisors will have to input the general average of the learners in every learning area. So ang naitabo, naayong sa ka-teacher nga ang iyang gi-input ang school ID. So ang naitabo, ang ni-reflect sa report, it's also a lesson on our part kay wala po namo na sanitize ang report because we trust the reports of the field. So pag-generate karon sa report kay school ID man, nya pila man na ka digit ang school ID, unom ka digits. So pag-generate karon sa number of learners ka nahagbong, naabot og 126,000. So our attention is called. Dili ra ba kamo ang muhapa sa problema? Ako ra ba ang muhapa sa problema? Ako ang mabalog explain ug nganong naingon ana. So we trace the error and we found out, kaya makita man diri sa division office, we found out na ang na-input ni teacher is the school ID. So mao na nga we are requesting you, once you input the data, please tanawa po niyo ng input, inyo sa tanawon sa ninyo kung correct man na before ninyo i-enter, no? Before submitting the report, please check it twice kay we are dependent on the report submitted from the field. Gamay lang na nga error, comma or whatever, that will have a negative effect on the report of the division office. Just like the submission of the report on the property PPE na kung masayop mo butang anang kama period na saon na lang, that will generate a wrong data, no? So we are requesting you, we are trying our best, no? Daghan na kay tag systems nga gihimo sa division office, and what we wanted from you is your help. We have to work on this collaboratively, and how you can contribute, please check well the data that you are submitted, no? Kay kita tananta ang atong pangalan, ang Sibugay Division ang ma-affected. It's not only one school but it's the entire division because we are submitting the report as Zamboanga Sibugay Division. So please, and do not rely, kailangan si school administrator should really look into that, monitor, no, the reports that are submitted by the teachers. And another thing, we are trying also to come up with a system, no? Kasi we can relate to you, that's why we are asking an apology for you for the inconvenience na every now and then nagahingi kami ng report sa inyo with a very short notice, and then you cannot also blame us because we are also dependent with the order from the higher up. So what we will do now is we will come up with a system that all data segmented na, all data for the enrollment, male and female, senior high school, by specialization, everything, tanan-tanan nga data, amo na ng pangayoon sa inyo. And we are still trying to develop that system so that once the region and the central office will ask the data, automatic na ta makahatag sa data. No, dili na ta magsigig pangayo sa field because you already submitted your data. But what we wanted is an accurate data from your end. Okay? Thank you very much. Questions? Questions? I hope I am still in the
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you,
still
ma'am.
in the virtual room.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We will recognize Sir Felix Sumalinog to be the first to through his question. Sige, sir, you can have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, especially to Ma'am Jen. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Yes.
My concern is regarding the ADM. As presented ni Ma'am, importante kanina na mayroong i-print yung division. Up to grade 3 lang man yun, hindi nakita yung 7 to 10 dahil naglinog, nag-earthquake. So, ang question ko ma'am ganito, ilang subjects ang i-print ng division for the ADM?
Actually, Evelyn, mayroon ba tayong secondary?
Yes, ma'am. I already posted the updated, ma'am, in the group chat of the PSDS.
Okay, PSDS can be shared to your school administrators, but definitely katong first quarter, that's 1:1, di ba, Evelyn? Kaya we cannot anymore change. Tama ba ako, Evelyn? 100% yun based on the enrollment.
Ma'am, yung first PR na 4 na subjects, 2 elementary and 2 secondary, 100% ma'am. And then the next PR, maraming subjects na yun ma'am, that's 50%. So in the document that I presented, makita doon kung ano yung procure ng division office and what are those that are lacking and what are those to be printed by the schools.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Second question, ma'am. Mayroong pangalawa. My second question is...
Yeah, please proceed, sir.
Ma'am. Yung link na na-forward the other day, hindi kompleto. Especially yung math, only grade 8, 1 module only. Then, marami ang kulang, ma'am. So, kailan makompleto? Because we will already prepare sa printing.
Evelyn,
kulang, so
please.
Ma'am, gamay na lang ang kulang, ma'am. Gamay na lang ang kulang.
Pero kaya ang ila daw link na nakita, ang link daw, when they open, format, it's only 1 module, grade 8. So please, ipaki-check ni Rose na i-open talaga ang bawat learning area para ma-check kung talagang baka tingin natin kompleto, but when we open it, isa lang na module. So kailangan talaga siya i-open. I-open talaga siya, Lynn.
Ma'am, ani na siya, mga igsuon. Kung panangitan, katong first na to nga pag-download sa mga modules, gamay pa to siya. Then as these modules come in, diretso na siya feed dinha sa link. So karon kung nakita ninyo nga gamay ra, ang suggestion namo is to log out muna, log out and then refresh kay pag mag-log out ka, mag-refresh ka and then open again, makita nimo daghan na siya. Kay kung dili na nimo i-log out, murag maura siya gihapon. We experienced that last year and our IT noticed nga ingon ana and nakita niya nga ingon ana day ay ang proseso.
Pero IT mo na ako ang nag-open, wala, isa ra jud siya the other day.
Try.
Only math sa grade 8.
Try lang, sir. Log out.
Sige, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Though as of yesterday na inaabot, pero katong yesterday nga naabot, wala pa namo nabutang sa link. Nabutang sa link, pero as of last week, daghan na to, sir. Ubay-ubay na.
Sige, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Pwede mo hangyo, ma'am. May I suggest?
Yes, Mr. Chavez.
How about the uploading? The folder will be kini na-date dito sa folder para makita na mo ang difference sa kada folder.
Then,
makita man na siya automatic man mugawas ang date. And then,
yes,
just like
yes,
us, sir, kanang magtanaw mi sa portal, naami among gigunitan og unsay naa na para makita namo which are those that are new in the portal. Ana lang.
Okay, suggest lang ako mga ang folder nga inyong i-upload, naagid siya date. Okay ra ma'am, o dili ra.
Dili man. Lisod man gud ta magbutang og date kay ang folder ana by learning area man siguro. Din di ba by learning area
yes,
so kailangan talaga.
Yes ma'am, by learning area and then by grade.
Yeah, ang modules kasi hindi siya at once nag-i-upload, download. So kailangan talaga every now and then mag-open kay baka na ay bago na po naabot sa aning learning area. So ganun, then just follow what the suggestion to log out and then refresh.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, pwede ko modugang Mr.
Yes,
Silva.
Dennis.
Dili ka ha ang uban diha kato nang wala gi-upload dayon kay i-procure sa division.
Por eso nga kanang katong tuang document nga akong gi-post sa atong group chat that will help us answer the question kung ngano nga naa inadto. Kay makita ninyo nga ang uban procured by the division office.
But 50% only ha, 50% lang. Na 50% ato. So the remaining 50% is dependent na yan sa mga schools ko if you will again produce another 50%. Then,
Ma'am, nakoy question, ma'am.
Sige din.
About sa General Assembly, ang General Assembly nga katong imong discuss kaniha a week before the opening of classes ba to? Subject to siya sa approval sa local
Yes,
ITF,
subject yun sa approval. Dili gyud ta magkandak-kandak ug dili kuan ha. Although allowed ang 50% nga kuan, but then again kailangan jud na siya og approval sa kuan IATF.
Kung dili sila mo approve, ma'am,
wala. Mag-imo na lang mo if the local ITF will not approve because of the surge of the COVID now. Kailangan mag-strategize kayo, gumawa kayo ng tarpaulin kung anong gusto niyong i-discuss doon, ilagay sa tarpaulin, or you can use the radio for announcements
or video presentation, ma'am.
Virtual conference, or maybe gagawa kayo ng video presentation.
Yes, okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ilagay sa Facebook ng mga i-send sa mga Facebook ng mga stakeholders.
At saka GC sa mga bata. GC ng mga bata.
GC ng mga bata. Yun ang sinabi ko kanina na strategize on how you're going to inform the stakeholders, the parents, kung ano yung mga mangyayari at the start of the school year. I am not, again ha, I am not, baka mamaya, ay manawag na ako diri nga LGU nga niingon ako nga okay na. I am just presenting to you the content of the calendar of activities which was released recently. But then again, subject to the approval of the local IATF. Ayaw mo pamugos kung dili, but you have to strategize kung unsay inyong buhaton. And that's a very good strategy, Dennis, to come up with a video clip on what to do. If not, kung naamoy mga radio stations, muadto mo sa radio. Or maybe, Richard or ang SGOD maybe will or si Gian Air, si S will conceptualize something to discuss all of this mga issues and concerns over the radio. Kung napatay slot sa radio sakto. Hello? Wala na?
Any more question?
Hi, ma'am. Travis, ma'am.
Yes?
Are we going to activate the PTA? Gid mahisbuti gud no since last year.
Ano ay activate?
PTA, ma'am, PTA, Parents Teachers Association.
Ay, Juan, oy, Richard, you can, it's not actually dissolved. You can activate that virtually. Richard.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Lisod man gud tayo ang kuan, ma'am, virtual lisod ang virtual reorganization of PTA.
Maybe the officers lang. Magbantay ta kay narabay surge of COVID karon na mga Delta variant. So una-unahon sa
careful kita gamay, ma'am.
Una-unahon sa kay.
Yes, ma'am. Relative also to activating that, ma'am. We would like also to activate or organize the elementary school heads, because that will be part of the president or representative. We need representative from the group, elementary group, association of elementary school heads to represent prime.
Ado, I'm giving that to you. Ikaw na, Ana. Submit the proposal and the schedule. Another association of elementary school heads and association of secondary school heads.
I think ang secondary school heads, active man ang ilahang grupo, ma'am.
Active. Okay.
Active with si kay Ma'am Nilda Dabal as the president. Ang elementary lang kay wala dyan.
Okay.
That is needed as part of the our preparation for the Prime HRM accreditation. Sige. Any other question?
Wala na.
Wala na.
Sir.
Wala na.
Si Mrs. Gumanda.
Sir, hello sir.
Ma'am Gumanda.
Yes, Ma'am Anton.
Mga yung kuan sir, link sa kuan IDM portal kay di na ko makita sa group chat. I-link sa IDM portal kay wala man sa group chat.
We will ask Ma'am Evelyn to send it again.
Yes sir. Okay,
naato sa tong group chat ne, Ma'am Neng, naato siya dito. Backread lang. The same portal ra na siya gihapon mo, automatic ra man nagsulod good. Sige lang, pagitaon na pod nako, and then I suggest na kana nga portal itago ninyo somewhere sa inyong Facebook account para anytime na makita na dayon. But you can actually
portal sa giya, ma'am, same ra gyapon.
Ay dili na to, di ko siya
mauro din gid ako. Sige, ma'am.
So palihog lang, nara na kanunay, sige ra ko ga-post, then you can all the time text me, PM me kung unsa imuhang kinahanglan.
Sige ma'am. Sige na.
Okay. So no other concern. So at this juncture, we would like to give our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to our schools division superintendent for that comprehensive presentation of the various issues and concerns that is really very informative. I hope and we have captured all the things that were presented by our superintendent. So let us be mindful of those things so that we can be guided all the time. So Ma'am Jen, thank you so much. So we are now in other matters. Any other matters you would like to raise? Mga sirs and moms, mga igsoon.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Just
Ma'am Grace.
just one issue, just to inspire everyone. We have received a memorandum from Central Office requesting us to submit supporting documents for the grant of PBB for fiscal year 2020. So we cross our fingers because I believe when we are able to comply with all the supporting documents, we will again be released of our PBB for 2020. Thank you.
Okay, that's good news, no? So, but they still need to comply the requirements. I think the requirements are already disseminated na, no?
Yes, sir. We had submitted actually at 4:30 this afternoon.
Okay, very good. Sige. Any other concern from SGOD, from CID, from the districts, schools? Silence means none. So may I now solicit a motion for adjournment? Wala kasi
I move for the adjournment of the third virtual DIMANCOM of Debt Education from Buanga, Sibugay.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that this fourth Division Management Committee meeting be adjourned. No objection? No objection. Motion is approved. Thank you so much in behalf of our schools division superintendent and the whole DepEd division office family. We thank you all for your participation. To our public schools district supervisors, the district in charge, school heads, both elementary and secondary, present with us this afternoon. Thank you so much for your active participation hanggang sa walang iwanan talaga, no? Present pa rin lahat. We are still 110, no? So thank you so much for all the inputs, no, from our various speakers.
Ado.
Yes, ma'am.
Ipa-check nila tong background kay naa sila sa Microsoft Teams. I-try ninyong change yung background. Nabi kay tulo ka dots diha oh. Kindly click that. Try para ma-change na to. Try na good Ma'am Bangkong.
Sige. Simulation.
Hindi naman ko kaya ako nakita itong mga hinalay, mga tuwalya, uban pa.
Ako sunod. Ay, ma. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Apply.
Look at that.
Apply background effects.
Apply background effects.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sunod.
Click the apply. Napili ka diha asa nga background imong gusto. Kanang naa sa opisina, kanang naa diha sa office. Sige, try daw. Try na si Juan o si Mardy. I-try na nimo, Ma'am Leticia. Try ka kanang office. Ako, I'll try.
Apply.
Pili mo, then apply. Naka sa balay. Okay. Apply.
Apply ho. O mukha ko lain. Another.
Apply. Anong wala nag-apply?
Another. Nag-apply ho. Ay, kung dapat.
Ano ka, mga background. You're ready in the bench.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Wala man ko pakita ako, ma'am. Tingnan naman sa mga ma'am.
Oo, nana diha, oy.
Ka, nidapit na ko eh. 3 dots, diri, pero lahi man ang gawas.
Naabot na ko San Francisco, California.
Ma'am Jen.
Yes.
Ma'am Jen, hope Ma'am Jen.
Oh, si
Ma'am
gawas.
Jen.
May gawas.
Ma'am Jen,
Wala man sa ako.
Monday nila na mo kanang set gid tanan Ma'am Jen ha. Unsay kulang dito sa hall o sa gawas. Monday na.
Thank you. Sige, salamat kayo, Hope.
Oo. Goodbye. Undi na ko.
Sir, can we have
Good ka dungdong.
before we disperse this virtual room?
Look at my background. I'm not So, yan.
Wa gyud ko
Oh, thank you
kadumdum
so
ay.
much.
Kadat bitaw, ma'am. Tapad anang
Yan po
naay
si Ma'am
mag-raise ugan.
Marijo, Ma'am Malu,
Akane,
Ma'am
Kanang
Malu.
tulo
show
ka
device settings.
Asa tulo ka dato?
Lahi man ang magawas ako, ma'am. Show device settings.
Sir, we are
Show
now
all
decreasing the
details.
number of participants. Can we have our formal closing prayer?
Yes, sige na.
Sige, Lloyd.
Anyway, you can continue practicing the change of background in this platform later, because we have already assigned the person to have the closing prayer.
Sorry.
This time we will call Sir Mardy Akutansa, sir, for the closing prayer before the others left in
Bangko
this.
sayang background, no?
Okay, Sir Lloyd. So, okay, my dear friends, let us put ourselves into the midst of silence and let us acknowledge God's presence. Let us pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty Father, true God, King of glory, we praise and thank you, Lord, for what had transpired in today's online convergence. You are the very source of all goodness. Thank you for sending us your Holy Spirit who has guided us in all our activities. Lord God of all creation, we thank you for the countless blessings of this day, the gift of sight, sound, touch, and smell, for wonders without end. We thank you, Father, as well as for your endless patience with us and your pardon of all our failings. Awaken our hearts to journey with you, the source of life and love. May your spirit lead us into prayer. We surrender ourselves to your safekeeping as night draws close. Be with us in
55
sleep and
billion.
refresh us for a new day and for the work that tomorrow brings. Grant comfort to all who face the darkness of this night with fear. Give shelter to those without home and give peace to all. With gratitude and faith, we conclude this day in your holy name and in the name of your Son and in the presence of the Holy Spirit. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, everyone.
Amen.
Assurance.
Thank you,
We hope you
everyone.
find
Thank
this
you.
DIMANCOM significant, engaging, and meaningful. Once again, good afternoon, and God bless everyone. Bye bye.
God bless everyone.